Haha! Hello, it's me, your local scuffed magical abomination. I forgot some things. There we go. Never happened. Hello! It's me, Bodhi T, your local magical abomination, and today we are here for yet more Roadwarden, continuing on our beautiful journey. How am I? I am. Therefore, I stream. I'm good. Thank you for stopping by, Kit. So, here we are, once again. Oh. And once again, the settings on this thing are wildly inconsistent. It is, isn't it? Somewhere in the world. Right, I need to restart this thing. Ooh. There we go. Function the way I want you to. Tomorrow, your cat gets surgery. I wish them luck in getting their unmentionable snipped. Ah. Reminds me of a popular internet quip. Do it, no balls. That is going to be that cat's future. In Bodhi-based news, work is continuing steadily on the 1.0. I have done some more work on the mesh itself, edited some things, made some things a little bit better. Poor Odegaard. And it's coming along smoothly. I think I'm finally ready to actually get to the point in texturing. I know over on the Discord, plug social, I mentioned that I was already done with the color scheme and I can begin texturing, and I was done with the color scheme. The color scheme remains unchanged. I just didn't realize that there are some things that I could do better with regards to the model, so I made some beautiful adjustments yesterday. Now it is all beautiful and may be ready for texturing. I just don't feel like there's anything more I could do with it. It's every little gripe and nip that I had before. The color scheme I chose was black, red, and brown. Can you tell what the color scheme is based on the ram skull? But yes, that is what it is going to be, and it is coming into fruition slowly but truly. Is there anything else? Oh yes, one of my clips on YouTube has managed to reach, let's see here, of the time of recording. Oh, goody. It's almost broken 1,000 views, and I've gained about 10 subscribers on YouTube. And I'm very proud of that metric, because it's the biggest metric I've had so far. And it is showing me that what I'm doing is worthwhile, and I shall continue forth. So a new thing that I'm going to be doing is every single time I stream, I'm going to try and pull out at least one clip. And congratulations, thank you very much. It is mostly due to you, actually, because you were the one that posed the question, and it gave me a wonderful piece of content that I could put on the medias. So you were the catalyst for my success. Yes, it's true. Right, where was I? Oh yes, video game. Why is this not? Oh, it's not doing anything because it's not doing anything. Yes, you are a catalyst. You are many things. Valued is one of them. Let's see here. Oh yeah, Steam, game. Game, where game? Their game, Roadwarden, launch. Transition! Beautiful roadwardening as soon as the thing launches. We are indeed gaming. In the countryside, spirits are believed to be centuries-old creatures. They are seen as a part of the wilderness who punish those opposing the natural order. This is your second all-nighter of the week? Well, oh. I have shared my thoughts on the matter many a times, but hopefully you are doing it out of necessity and not out of a desire to be here, because I stream 6 hours ahead of you. You're strong? I bet you are. Well, as it is, so it shall be. You got paid to make some homework? Wow, that's lucrative. It's very important to get paid in this topsy-turvy modern age. Pick you up and throw you into the sun. Please don't, I bruise easily. My hard shell is quite susceptible to the sun. Right. So, Roadwarden terms. Last time we left off, we were blazing through and managed to gain a lot more in comparison to our last playthrough, where we died horribly, so let's see if we can continue the pace. Unfortunately, since the last week I played this, I have completely forgotten everything that I intended to do, so this will be an adventure for all of us. I already asked for leftovers today. Let's see, we were doing a spinny-winny drive-by. I'll be back, gotta go get something. If I don't return, the ghost caught me. Spoopy. Indeed it is, but thank you for stopping by and take care, lest you do not return. Right. So, I went to the domain and I got the elixir. I ratted out the lady with the purse. I could do the Pagos questline, but I'm already on the other side. What has occurred with regards to my questicles? Right, the swamp altar, support of... Oh yes, Thais wants me to spy for her. Oh yes, there is a fisher who wants to give a spirit rock to his spellless daughter, which will kill his daughter, and that is not something that I wish to do. I never discovered the guy in the ruined village. And he sells me troll urine, which I don't particularly fancy having. Oh yes. Need to speak with these two. Helvius will agree to introduce me to Orenthes if he decides I've proven myself to be a trustworthy ally. And Helvius was the Thorn Guard, which of course is not here. Oh yes, there's also a quest of missing hunters. There's a man who seeks paths and challenges. He believes that seeking knowledge of the peninsula will bring the tribe ways to survive hardships. He is smaller than the others, and knows more about dressing the wild game than any of us. His arms are small, so he often places traps. His lair hair, is a bit darker than Dahlia's, but short, just like his beard. Fascinating. Hair is such a wonderful identifier, isn't it? I've already placed 5 rods. I need to place more rodicles. Oh yes, on the 10th day we must hunt, and it is now the 9th day, so I should stay nearby. Quick save. I can do some gambling with the lads. Help others. I lied to Valence to save him from pain. I delivered the medicament to Akakios. What is my inventory in terms of coins? Oh, now I remember. I'm actually a rich diplomat. Yes, indeed. Look at all the amount of coin I have. Not only enough to rub two between themselves. Well, what was the phrase again? Don't even have 2 coins to rub against each other. I have more than 2. I have 18. Glorious dragon bones. I wonder if you'll ever encounter a dragon in this game. Who knows? Right, let's see. About Glossy's band. I will find her. Do I have anything you'd like to buy? No. I'd like to ask about someone. He sighs. Oh yes, I've unlocked his trust, so now I can ask about literally anyone. I've met her more than once. She's older than me, wrinkled tan. I don't know how she survived for so long. I've heard she's from the coast. I don't really know her story. She's strong, though, and convincing. She wanted to move her band to Pelt, make huts in the courtyard. When I told her to leave, she didn't make a scene or anything, but her face, it was chilling. He looks at the stove, and she may want revenge. Glossy has a cruel soul in a scary shell. Oh, so that's why he's so adamant about finding her and dealing with her, because he's afraid that she might seek revenge and burn down Pelt of the North. How selfless. Who else can I, Helvius. That angry kid. I had to meet him, true. He's a mayor, only in name, with loyalty greater than talent. Like all brutes, Helvius understands only strength and hates those who challenge him. Oh. Curious. Inventory. No, not that. Journal. Humans. What was the guy of... Okay, so Helvius is not the actual guy that I need. Thyrsis? Yes. Thyrsis. The Peat Mage, taught by druids of howlers. He may be a loon, but knows enough about herbs to help with some gentler ills. I haven't spoken with him myself. He never leaves the bogs, especially since he moved away from the walls of White Marshes. You ask why he lives by himself, but the innkeep scratches his ear. He got into some argument with the priest. Some death in the family, I think. And he refused to put others at risk. I don't know, it sounds personal. Who else can I ask about? This is such a powerful ability. Literally, ask me about anything. Such a interesting game mechanic. I didn't know it would have so much value, but here it is. I do not partake in the mustard very often. Right, Orentius. He avoids your eyes, thinking about the answer for a good few breaths. I also prefer ketchup. I shouldn't talk about Orentius, and you won't have a chance to meet with him anyway. Ever since he leads White Marshes, only the trusted allies of the village can hear his teachings. He lets out a quiet grunt, almost a chuckle. I'm not sure how he got so beloved in the first place. He's greater in thought than he is in heart. Not a people person, you know. Very fascinating. I can't think of anybody else to think about, so... Bodingus shall ride away. To the guards. I've played today. How unfortunate. I walk away. I could go into the Forbidden Dark super mega cool forest. Movie I could watch every day. I don't think such a movie exists. There's a game I could play every single day of my life. But movie, I can't think of one. game is Half-Life 2. Speaking of which, I do have plans to actually play that on stream with a big twist, but I'm not going to reveal anymore. Yes, I did listen to the song you recommended last time we spoke. And... yes. I could return the rods and gain a luxurious amount of money. Could go to the abandoned watchtower. Let's go to the old bridge and examine that. Ideally, I would lose neither. Probably eyelashes. They are frustrating with how they poke at certain parts. I look for the purse of the woman from White Marshes. You kneel on the grass and look into the darkness. Among the cobwebs and bugs, you spot an old piece of fabric pinned under a rock. You pull it out and find a rotting, torn pouch that contains a single dragon bone. You make sure you haven't missed the other ones in the dirt, but if they ever existed, they have rolled down and sunk for good. Ooh. Sleepy Rainy, thank you for the follow. Welcome in. You are correct, but I picked eyelashes because I thought I had to choose, but you are indeed right. I have neither of those things and would not be amiss if I lacked either of them because I already do. You throw the pouch away and stand up. 1 dragon bone for my troubles. Can I wash myself in the river? Oh, ew. You undress, keeping your axe at hand, and check the water with your hand. It's as warm as it is clean. You step in, hearing your mount's fearful snort. You tell it to quench its thirst, but then a harsh bite reaches your calf. You look down, another wave of pain runs through your legs, and your blood flows downstream. In a panic, you climb back out, grabbing a clump of grass. A fish is still holding your thigh. You pull out and squeeze with anger. Its mouth is filled with thin, inch-long teeth. You need a bandage. Kit Kat. Oh, yes. I named my horse Kit Kat, by the way. Peacefully chews the grass, enjoying the sun on its back, ready to take a nap. Nope, can't think of any. Anyway. That is with regards to pickup lines. Not my forte. Travel. Honestly, I think the worst pickup line is something like, do you happen to have a band-aid? Because I scraped my knees falling for you. Haha! Are you on angle? Because it must have hurt when you climbed through hell. Yeah. Something like that. Right. I approach the entrance. I don't have a key. What do you mean I don't have a key? I have multiple keys. I look through the keyhole. Okay, fine. I don't have a key, I guess. Do I have that thing? No, I didn't buy any. I did buy a bone hook, however. Return to the crossroads. Take a look at the signposts. I do speak to myself out loud. I am a wacky, kooky character, so my machinations are as much on stream as they are in isolation. English is a fun little bridge between ourselves and our expressions and our thoughts. Well, that reminds me. Here's the Bodhi T wisdom of the stream, which is that thoughts are not who you are. Thoughts are a instrument. Your mind is generating thoughts, and they are not meant to... what's the word? They don't... The thoughts themselves don't have an opinion, and they're not an indictment on who you are. They are just thoughts. They are there to help you along your way. They are a tool which you can utilize in order to be your best self. For instance... And I find this very prudent. When somebody throws a pen at you, are you going to go confront the person who threw the pen at you, or are you going to have a little fist fight with the pen? Exact same thing. People used to bully me for speaking English when I was a tiny tangerine teacup. It is what it is. Unfortunately, society can be oftentimes very cruel. Which is why I find solace in creating my own society based on my own whims. Right. Yada, yada, yada. Campfire. Walk to the gate. Ah, there we go. Such a structure could be found near the city, acting as a checkpoint. Yada, yada, yada. You touch... Right. Use the bone hook. Yes, I finally have usage for the bone hook. Getting to the roof takes you a good few minutes. Tying the rope to the bone hook is easy, though. Easy enough, though you struggle to throw it just right. After a few attempts, it finally lands in such a way that it's stuck at one of the crenels. You pull it, jump in place, and make sure it won't let go under your weight, and then get to the top, walking on the surface of the wall. You find a crack between two of the bricks and use the rod to widen it a bit. You push it halfway in and fill the gaps with a linen cloth. You move it a couple of times just to be sure it won't fall down. You wonder if it's going to lure any lightning. Lightning is a lovely little thing. Coming soon to a stream near you. Bodhi T 1.0. I have plans, and they will come into fruition. Constantly, when I am making my model, I feel so proud after every session. I want to show it off to the world, but I feel like that would be a betrayal of hiding the thing so I can reveal it in full during a special event. When in doubt, do not. It depends on the circumstance. Sometimes you need to measure twice and cut once, but at the same time, you don't need to be afraid if you have to measure a multitude of times in order to get the precise cut. It's not an indictment on you, whether you're good or bad at measuring. Just do as much measuring as is necessary to cut the precise and exact amount of way. And you don't even need to cut only once. You can cut 1,000,000 times, and it still will be fine if the end result is what you wanted. But if it's not, go back, review the methodology, and try again. The power of monologuing. Oh, are you serious? So I can use the hook to climb up and place the rod, but I can't stay up and get the, what's it called? The trap door so I can go down and open the door from the inside? That is a scam, I say, a scam. I look for the tracks. The tracks lead here, though the narrow gate, then west. The hard heels are especially noticeable. Take a look at the signposts. Approach the entrance. I'm not going to break through with my beautiful little axe, because that is, maybe I will, actually. I don't have enough time to get to the pelt. Yep, okay, well, I guess this is my only choice. Time to take an axe and destroy. I need to remember to sharpen it later on. I don't care about some bugs, I just need to ignore them. It gives me shivers, I try not to look at them. You climb down. Kit Kat is standing as far away from the dark exit as possible, afraid of what may come inside. You approach the windows, each one locked with 2 heavy wooden bars. Opening them would not be a problem, but knocking them down from the outside won't be an easy task. You sigh with relief. It's a safe place. Following the clue from old Pagos, I look for anything Asterion could have left behind. I forgot at the start of the stream to immediately announce that once again, I have edited my sound settings. Because every single week we need to start off with different microphone settings, even though I've been streaming for more than a month at this point. Haha. Well, the technicalities of streaming for over a month can be twofold, either in the amount of time I've streamed, which definitely does not amount to a month, or the time that has passed since my debut till now, which has been more than a month, but I have not streamed every single day for 24 hours. So, it depends on what your definition of a month is, in this context. Okay. You start to move around all sorts of furniture, light and heavy, among various pieces of garbage that you have to push aside. You find something unusual in the space between one of the pallets and the wall. An old, molding wax tablet. There's some writings inside it. Other than that, the place seems to be empty, unless you count broken pottery and ragged clothes. It seems like Link Legend of Zelda Boy has been through this place. For now, I hide it in my bag and put everything back in its place. Time to wash my handicles. Which I definitely have. Wink. You're at the ground floor of the watchtower. Dozens of little creatures run away from the new source of light. I don't have anything that could help me get rid of these bugs. I could if I went to the buganist. He's like botanist for bugs. I entered the tower. I sleep. Oh, bully. What? Oh, I see. The pallet is buggy and far from fresh, but with your cape, it's going to be soft. The thick walls will protect you from the wind and monsters, but you have to barricade the entrance with a pile of furniture. Time to slumber. It is day 10 at long last. The scratching from the lower floor wakes you up. You get out of the blanket and look down the ladder. The main door shakes. Just in case, you open a window and glance outside. A pale, muscular fright ape tries to open the entrance with its massive hands, but to no avail. After it hears the screeching of a shutter, it looks at you with its dead black eyes, then grabs one of the bricks and bounces up, shortening the distance quickly. You lock the window with every bolt and bar it has, just in time to keep the shouting monster away. The ape punches the planks fiercely, then climbs even higher, looking for another entrance, but is incapable of recognizing the trapdoor. And after another few minutes, you think it gave up. Just to be sure, I inspect every window and the main entrance. Better safe than sorry, better safe than sorry, better safe than sorry. I am a dirty little boy. It's time for me to go and fix my belongings. Your eyes open and there's this unpleasant tingling on your cheek. You reach for what turns out to be a small bug. You throw it away and look around, only to see dozens of tiny creatures swarming on the floor and bed, as well as your blanket, clothes, and bags. Disgusting. Picking fruits and vegetables should be easy on an open hill. Spend half an hour foraging. Bunches of wild plants. Oh yes, this is the infamous nut situation. Bodhi, I must sleep. Class goes in like 3 hours and 30 minutes. Go and slumber, but thank you for stopping by. As always, it is a delight to have you around, Kit. And I shall have you in spirit through the gaze of Kit Kat. I'll be lurking as always, I'm just so sleepy. Go to sleep, enjoy the slumber. And rest well. Take care. Right. Squirrels will need them more. I will fix the karmic imbalance from last time. I may use this campfire spot in the future if I have raw meat with me. How about I don't and say that I did? I'm going to spend half an hour... should I restore... you know what? I'm gonna do it now. We shall see what happens. Oh. The monster's eye. Go inside. I'll be with you soon. Yay, she trusts me now. Ah, delightful. I want to collect my reward for the bronze rods. 12 coinage! I am a rich man! Eudocia wipes her hands with her robes, puts one into her pocket, and... waits for you to describe the locations where you've placed the rods. She asks you a few details, then thinks aloud. Let's see. 6 rods in total, that would be... Here you go. I pull out my pouch. Right. Hunters recently left the creeks and haven't returned so far. Have you met them? Admin? He was here? He was here, all right. Asked me about the lands east of the stone bridge in the north, but I couldn't help him much. Those lands are better left to... She pauses, then waves it off. I bring news from the west, facing a grave plague. Cut it! Have you heard aught about Eulalia and Renius? They're about 50, 55, a mason and a sculptor. Her eyes are getting bad. Her eyes are getting bad. He has a limp. I never entered the gate. I spoke with the monks. They're quite afraid of you. He doesn't trust me enough to tell me about the words of her golem. Oh, you don't want to try that. She grabs the ends of her hair. It would boil her blood and rip her skin apart. Each shell is like a bottle of Numa. It has its limits. You can train to contain more of it, like I've been doing for more than 20 years now, but there's no magical rock that's gonna do it for you. But if you want, I can still sell it to you. I'd rather you didn't. But then again, she gives me a discount later on. Bring you some rations in return. Oh no. Okay, so trusting me will get her to do that. Okay. She's not willing to talk about the bandits, right? Could you fill an item with Numa? I'll think about it. Okay, so I've gotten my money and I must scurry away back to the pelt. Right. Approach the guards. Let's throw some dice. I'm ready when you are. Yes! My gambit pays off once more. I walk away. I wash my shell. I step away. The armor. The guards. About the goblins. Wait, where was the hunt? Wait, oh, the hunters were at Foggy's, weren't they? Yes. Looking for knowledge about wild creatures? No. About the goblins. Shoot, the price is 10 quid. Haven't fully explored the ruins yet. Quick save. I think this is a worthwhile expenditure. She looks at you as if you're a lunatic. We won't take you with us, Bodingus. If you can kill a goblin, good, but we have a team. Our own words, knowledge of our strong and weak size. We don't need you around. Just give us 2 or 3 days after you pay us, and we'll take care of it. Alright, so did I pay for it? No, I didn't. Right. I desire food. Plants. This as well. I am fully nourished. Now I just need to fix my clothing. Right. So, I messed up immediately. Then again, maybe not. Approach the foragers. The hour is too late to start the hunt. Have you ever met the trapper? Yada yada. A little wolf told me that you didn't ask any of the hunters to go with you. I walk away. Can I... Where did I quick save? Where... Oh, son of a... I walk away. Ah, there's a better place to load. Oh, no, I did. Oh, there we go, the quick loads. Oh, wait. Yeah, I'm gonna save scum. Yes. Right. So, what day is it? It's day 9. Okay. So, I can go place a rod. Let's see here. Oh yes, now I remember what happened. I can do away with the mistakes of the past. Because I am a horrible save scummery. Perhaps I can use the cabin. Right, let's go to the... that's all I need. I go outside, I approach the guards. I walk away. Abandoned tower. Yada yada. I walk to the gate. Look for the tracks. Look at the signpost. Approach the entrance. Look through the keyhole. Return to the crossroads. Use my bone hook. Climb down slowly. Traveling on. That is a lot of time all of these take. Time to gain a dragon bone once again. Look for the purse. Take the thing. Take a closer look at the fish. You see dozens of red and gray shells as you walk by. They stay close, following your steps. Ooh. At the cabin. The bountiful cabin. The familiar howls make you sigh. The spotted wolves dash out of the meadows, starting their chase anew. Seems like they return here every now and then. You look for anything that could teach them a lesson. I push away one of the beasts with Numa. Haha, I become dirty. You reach for your wand and focus on your channeling your strike, then push an invisible wave right at the wolf that is closest to you, sending it flying. It hits a boulder with a painful cry, but as you get away, it still moves. Its concerned allies seem to be more confused than scared. Only a few of them try to keep up, while many more stay behind and try to figure out what just happened. And if their pack member is safe. After a few minutes, you are alone again, this time at the foraging grounds. Let's hope the pack will now move to a different spot, at least for a few days. Boom. I shouldn't fight this bird. Maybe I can scare it off. I have no Numa. I cannot get to the... Okay, fine. Fine. Fine then, once again. You know what, I think I might just finish the day here, honestly. This is starting to bother me, and I've already saved scum twice, so... Show me your wares. What do you actually have? Nothing that I need immediately. Can I? How many hours? Oh yes, I could. I could very well indeed do that. And I shall, right, to the watchtower. Do all the things on the watchtower. Do. Approach the entrance. Return to the crossroads. Use my bone hook. Climb down slowly. Take a look at the signpost. Approach the entrance. Travel back. Oh, yes. Back to the pelt I ride. Get off my horse. And sleep. Lumber. Yes, I lose a bit of clothing, so fine, I will spend a coin. So be it. Any leftovers? Nope. Okay. That's all. Approach the guards. Throw some dice. Ready when you are. And I lose. That is my penance for saves coming. So I shall pay that in full. Right. I walk away. I am clean and tidy, and I seem healthy. And I shall eat some wild plants as a reward. Right. Time to go to Foggy. Yes. Foggy! The grass in the animal pen has managed to grow back a bit, which your mount welcomes with droopy, relaxed ears. There are a few wares near the cart, either recently left here or prepared to be taken away. The tavern staff stops their discussion by a basket to welcome your arrival. I approach the foragers. Have you met the trapper? Yada yada. I have everything I need. Let's hunt while it's still early. Then we're going, idiot! Take care of the horse, he nods towards the man with one hand. Ilian puts proudly a rope and a bag on his shoulders, while Zvi shoves everything under his black cloak. They gather by the gate and mock their companion as he toddles towards the lake with an empty bucket. I grab whatever may be of use from my bags and scratch Kit Kat's neck. Right. The journey. The lake surface is gentle, interrupted only by the jumping fish and shiny dragonflies. The statue stands in all its glory, observing the road and those who use it. A nice thing, isn't it? Ilian thunders behind you. It's older than our home. What'd you say? Chips in Zvi. They have such things by Hovleven on the roads. And carrying your belongings on your own is surprisingly tiring, and you make noises with every turn. We do but the rolled from before the war. He makes a satisfied grin. The war has ruined everything, hasn't it? All the monuments and palaces and temples and slave owners, poor northerners. After a short chuckle, the larger man goes on. What sort of statues used to be there? People pay sculptors to honor themselves, to make themselves remember it after their passing. Both of them laugh. But of course, what else could be expected of those who have more than they can eat, says Zvi. After a few decades, Ilian points with his chin at the statue. They'll be just like this one, lost to time. At least sculptors get some food from it. The absent eyes of the statues have nothing to add. So, do you know who this is? Nah. Elon. Leon? Lan? Lanny Pator. There's more focus on the fish breaking through the surface of the lake. It's old and the woman is a stranger. I haven't heard no stories of it. My ma could. We should move on. Hey, let's not linger, says Elian as he walks down the road. Alright, this bird. The valley seems especially peaceful today. A couple of lizards are resting on the rocks, basking with no worries. Points east to a large bird. Ah, so it is Elon. I can see because the L in large is the exact same as the second letter of Elon. So it is Elon. Island? Islander. Which freezes in the middle of a step and turns its orange head in your direction. See? Time to get ready. What's the plan? Quick save. Quick save to avoid death. Well, avoid the beak and the legs and the trample. He pauses, inspecting the loop at the end of his rope, and don't hurt it if you don't have to. We don't want it to be a bother. Zvi gently drops his belongings in the middle of the road and jumps in place, rhythmically breathing after he takes off his black cloak. He reveals a set of fancy clothes, made of black leather, clothes of a sneaky adventurer. It charges like a moron. Be nimble, that's all. 1 or 2 ropes on the neck and we're halfway home. But don't let it pass you by, eh? Right. I can throw it at the bird and pull once it gets behind me. Should I also take a rope? I don't know, friend, says Landy Bandy Bodandy. Roping isn't easy. Don't be too... roping isn't easy. I mixed up the voices again. The voices. They're incomprehensible. Roping isn't easy. Don't be too reckless. We don't have magic on our hands. I can't buy another Roadwarden, adds his companion. So don't make this a bad trade for us. I wait for them to get to the sides of the valley, then approach the bird. It's taller than Kit Kat, with a wide breast and long, thick, particularly feathered legs that could easily trample your chest. Its thighs are thick and powerful. The pointy beak could swallow your entire forearm. Your steps are getting slower. I look around nervously. Are the foragers in position? I need to calm myself down, focus on my breath. I beat my chest with a fist and let out a shout. I won't die to some stupid bird. Oh, definitely need to calm myself down. You put your right hand on your chest, noticing it's rising and falling as the air moves through your nose. You can't take your eyes away from the creature's overwhelming posture, but as your breath remains deep and slow, you don't feel afraid, just ready to defend yourself. Soon, the bird is surrounded by your group, and the pond behind it blocks its path to escape. Once it realizes that, it speeds up, charging in your direction. I take a good look at the monster. This would be an excellent time for it to show a portrait of the beast, but unfortunately we have a beautiful showcase of the landscape taken from the... what was it called? The local flying drone. It's tall, wide, with a massive head. Its feathers are torn by the wind. They are vividly brown, white and creamy, longer than your headspan, coating the creature like a cape. Its steps are heavy and deliberate. The neck, as long as a limb, keeps moving around, sometimes staring at you, with but a single black pupil, surrounded by deep orange. The light gray beak resembles the leaves of the local plants. The tip is curved, pointy, and in no way smooth. It carries dozens of grooves, maybe a sign of an old age, or maybe a trace of hundreds of hunts. A respectable opponent. Try to find its weak spot. It's just a huge duck. A respectable opponent. I may be forced to kill it after all. It waits no more. It raises its head and makes a long, piercing screech, which fills up the entire valley. The feathers on its neck are shaking, but also waving, moved by the muscles. It then flaps its wings and lunges forward, still shouting, charging at you with full force. I wonder what the ideal move is to avoid death by giant duck. I shall try to rope it. You prepare yourself to throw, and the creature gets distracted by the approach of your companions. Your loop lands on its head, so you pull, squeezing the monster's thick neck. It twists its shell in anger, then runs at you, not giving you a chance to choke it. While you may still be in danger, you now have an additional way to stop it from running away. I can't win. Once it charges at me, I roll away, giving it a chance to run away. No! No, no, no. I keep my distance and dodge when necessary. The Gambison has taken damage. The giant feet are pounding the ground, with every leap scuffing up the clouds of leaves and sand. It lowers its long neck, pointing it at you, like one would a spear. You do your best to find a balance between running to safety, jumping away from the beak, and staying close to hold the bird's attention. Its reflexes are so quick that you can't imagine doing all this while also trying to strike it back. Finally, the beast lands a hit. Your Gambison does its job and protects you a flat. Though in pain, you manage to leap away, then wait for another charge. Time to grapple a pigeon. You wait to duck at the very last moment. In a blink of an eye, you show up at the beast's side, pressing your shell to its large chest. Too large for you to wrap your arms around it. You try to avoid its massive legs, but the monster turns out to be as confused as you are, making an angry screech and trying to shake you off. The feathers are scratching your cheeks and getting in your mouth. Once the bird gets rid of you, it runs east, not aware that it only helps your companions. Alright. I managed to confuse the bird by trying to grapple its huge body. Alright. I keep my distance and dodge when necessary. Oh boy. I am running out of armor to tank this with. You do your best to find a balance between running to safety and jumping away from the beak and staying close, yada yada. Finally, the beast lands a hit. Your Gambison does its job, though in pain you manage to leap away. Then, when the loop lands on its neck, tightening quickly, and Zvi shouts cheerfully, the bird remains silent, maybe already out of breath. But then it dashes forward, so fast you can't help but step back. It either doesn't understand the danger involved in moving in its situation, or doesn't care about it. It runs forward, trying to flee. It makes 5 jumps. You hear, "I landy bandy handy swear." Without looking at him, you know that he has let go of the rope. I stand in its way. Once it gets close, I try to catch it. No, I'm not standing in the way of the mega duck. Since I've already caught it with my own rope, all I have to do is stop it from getting away. Quick save. You dash to your rope and start to roll it with both hands. You plant your feet on a convenient rock, then pull, feeling the bird on its side, but its strength and weight knocks you down as well. It tries to get up, but you keep pulling, fighting against its muscular neck and legs. Iliandru comes to the rescue. It's now 2 against 1, and the beast can't make as much as a step. Once Zvi grabs the second rope, the battle is over. The bird staggers, trying to keep its head straight, until exhausted. It falls to the ground. Time to regroup. Haha, we did it! And I didn't get to die! The bird keeps trying to find a way out, but it's with little luck. Once it regains a little bit of strength, it charges at you, but after 2 leaps, it gets stopped by the second rope. It regains its voice, screeching at its tormentors. But there's something more hidden behind its previous threats and anger. Maybe pain, maybe contempt. "Damn, a damn good job," thunders Lilialiluya. He starts to laugh. "You're jumping around like a monkey, have some legs on you." "Aye, you're good with the loop," adds Zvi loudly, gasping for breath after a long run. "Better take this," and gives you his own fine quality rope. "We won't untie that one of yours anytime soon. Shag me, I miss my throw." He shakes his head with a mixture of anger and embarrassment. "Good thing we hired you." I nod at our prey. We should go, but if anything tries to get us, we'll struggle to keep the bird on the rope. I smile. Good teamwork. Good job, everybody. Aye, you deserve your coins. Lilioli taps his pouch, but doesn't pull out any dragons. Let's move on. The sooner we get back, the better. The other forager lets you know that he's ready. The runner is still far away, held on taut rope. I gather my belongings and head and lead the men north, chit-chatting about our hunt. We have successfully defeated the Megaduck. Every few minutes, the runner tries to get away, and even though it's exhausted, you have to move slowly, paying attention to its steps. The foragers seem to know what they're doing, and at no point you feel threatened by the creature. You keep looking around, but the other beasts seem to stay away. At one point, you notice a blue wolf among the shorter grasses, but it only observes you in silence, standing on all paws as if it's ready to run away. Your anxious companions fall quiet, but you keep moving forward. In the middle of your journey, you think about Kit Kat. During your stroll, everything seems taller, and the creatures you pass feel more real, as if they are no longer just shadows for you to leave behind. Being on the road without it feels lonely, yes. It's true, I miss my Kit Kat. Yes, 8 beautiful coins. Foggy observes you from the top of the stairs with the hand resting on her stomach. Well done, dears. She grins at the sight of the runner. Tether it close to the water, love. She looks at you. Be nice and head to Creeks today or tomorrow, will you? Tell Ephraim we're coming and to give you a bone for the message. She glances at the man with one hand, and he scowls at the beast. Before she enters the door, she smiles at her son. Once you're done, wash your hands and come for dinner. Tell me everything. Tethering the creature to a beam takes you a few minutes. Ililialililins gasping for air, leaning on his knees while Tzvi keeps his posture straight. His red face betrays him. Well, says the tall man, I have your dragons here. Thanks for your work, friend. The ring-shaped bones are covered in his sweat. Kit Kat is napping. Ah, delightful. My little wolf told me you didn't ask any of the hunters to go with you. I have nothing more to say. Right. What time is it? Oh, I have enough time to go to Creeks. How delightful. I have achieved bird catchery. Good for me. Oh yes, and Creeks does not allow me to stay there, so Howler's Dew is the best place. Howler's Del Cohanger is the best place to go. Still need to clear out the old tunnel, but I have no idea how I can clear out a tunnel full of skeletons. They are horrifying creatures, after all. Very skelly to encounter a skeleton. Creeks. We go there. We go there and we go there with pride. I have some good news for you. I helped the boys from Foggy's catch a large bird that will soon be brought here. While you try to stay to the point, Ephraim is full of energy. He asks you about every detail, from the animal's size to the way it acted in combat. Your brief answers are met with shouts, echoed by the silent bounces of the wolf's head. It is a brave venture. I'm glad they didn't try it without you. Ella gestures for the hunter to drop it. Thank you for giving us time to prepare. Was also told to ask for 1 dragon bone. Quest completed, bird hunt. Hey, of course. The carpenter looks around. Pay for the messenger, just give me a minute. He scurries away as quickly as his thick legs allow him. He doesn't carry We don't carry dragons with us, the hunter exclaims. So, how large is the beak? Something like this? He demonstrates the size with his hands, and for a few minutes showers you with questions. If I had hands right now, which I will in the 1.0, expected soon, eventually, someday, haha, maybe in the next 6 months, I would be using them to gesture right now. Finally, the dragon bone finds its place in your hand. I'll get to preparation soon, concludes Ella, gasping for air and leaning against the railing, while Ephraim lopes away, apparently to prepare the animal pen, as there's no time to waste. The carpenter invites you to follow him to his working station. He refuses to work on a lantern with me, oh dear. About the eastern path. I cleared the statue. What for? Well, you can admire her, you can turn it into rocks. I thought you may care. The road is prettier now. Yes, the road is prettier now. He bursts into laughter. I don't think the merchants care much about the views, friend. The statue may fall to the lake for what I care. Views are half the pleasure of a journey. Well, that's a start. Keep it up. I took a look at the dolmen in the south. It is safe. Grab a coin. Encountered a fallen tree in the far south. I guess it was unavoidable for this to happen at one point or another. Too bad, it's so far away from here. He stops his work and runs towards you. So, would you like to help us with that, friend? You ask him what he proposes, and he describes what he calls a honest day of work. I would definitely love to do that. Just come to me sometime in the early hours. I still need to discuss this with the tribe, but I'll ask the stronger folks to travel with you to the tree. They'll agree. If they feel like the roads can be trusted, split it into blocks, get it on the wagons, bring it here. It won't go to waste and the roads will be cleared. When you mention it's going to take an entire day, he agrees. And you'll get 5 dragon bones for it. Just come to me when you're healthy, and only if you already know what's on the route from here to that point. We'll put a lot of trust into your guidance and protection, Bodingus. Yes. Make sure it's quite a list. I'm not going to... Okay, yes. We also need at least one day to prepare ourselves. Of course. There was a big spider. It's dead now. Two coins. I'll let you know if there's anything else. Right, so the tree, where is the tree? Oh, there, oh, the tree, oh. That is quite a lot of traveling. Yes. But I've actually cleared out everything, haven't I? Well, I will need to place a thing on the watchtower. But ultimately, the place is more or less cleared. Journal. Quests. Bird hunting. Hell yeah. Quick save. I'll see you later. I approach the shallow creek. I jump into the stream. I am clean as a whistle. Such a late hour as the locals won't be interested in my services. Have you ever had the opportunity to work with Erastus from Howler's Dell or Cassia from Gale Rocks? Do they know their trade? Aye, with both of them, but I'd rather hunt for frogs than waste my time. Oh yeah, so, wrong voice. He rubs the forehead of his wolf, not aware that you are adding. You're waiting for him to tell you more. Oh, surprised? He finally adds, Erastus barely knows how to catch a rabbit or a sparrow. Doing the wrong voice again. That's a 2-hit combo. He's as much of a trapper as a child with a stick as a soldier. And Cassia's even worse. Big mouth, sure, but whenever we seek blades and Gale Rocks to help us catch a big prey, she suddenly gets a headache. He's wondering about Ella. About the hunters. I'll tell you if I find anything. I walk away. The farmer. Supplies. Fish trap. Roasted chicken. I need not such poultry. Right. What else do we have? Small hamlet of silly little creatures. Right. Time to return to Foggy Lake. Beautiful Foggy Lake. I have nothing to say to the foragers. I enter the tavern. So, the next job. Still interested? I have a message to Yasun or Layson? Oh, it is Iason. Iason, the innkeeper of Pelt of the North. This place is far south. A huge bother for us to get there. A bother worth, let's say, 3 dragons. She sits down on a stool and looks you in the eyes. The scars and wrinkles on her thoughtful face could belong to a statue. Tell him, are we still trading? I'm running out of patience. Remember it well, aye. Bring me an answer, and only then you'll get paid. Tell me about Pelt. Yada yada. You don't have to pay me well enough. You don't pay me well enough. Maybe better for you to tell me what this is all about. I don't ask you to negotiate in my name, though I guess it won't hurt to tell you. His son and I were thinking about working together. He'd invest in my place and would get a share of profits in the future and a shelter for his hunters. He was meant to send me the first pouch of dragons, but has fallen silent. I want to know where we stand. Okay. I need to buy something. Meals for deals. I need more questions. Nope. Thank you. Time to go. Wait until evening. Sleep. Oh, I can spend rations to rent the place out. And it's still a dirty, disgusting hovel that will leave me unclean. I guess I'll live with it. For a dragon coin, you may house my shell. Feed me. Right, quick save. Right. Your clothes are worn and torn. I definitely need to go somewhere, but now we must go to Creeks and do the Fallen Tree quest and hopefully do something about it. Let's see. Time for me to go. I cannot lead you further. Oh, in my heart this truth I know. I bid you all farewell. Wash my shelf. Yes, good. Have a day to spare. Ella, carpenter, about the eastern path. I have time now. Want to... I mean, sure. Let's go for it. You build a lantern about the eastern path. Ella wants me to bring him news from the eastern road. It's too late to start a journey to the fallen tree? Oh gosh, diddly doodly. Why? I'm gonna check something just in case. Map. Leave. Travel. Go here. Really telling me that this point in time is... Oh, I need to go... Oh, I see. I need to go and check the watchtower. Fair enough. Quick load. Save's coming. Haha. Right. It's time for me to go. I guess might as well go to the watchtower. To the bridge. So I'll have to spend another day on reconnaissance. Push away the beasts with Numa. Away with you, demons. Let's hope the pack will piss off. Right. Picking fruits. Squirrels will need them more. I approach the entrance. I don't have a key. Return to the crossroads. Look at the signpost. Wait, didn't I do this already? I smashed through the damn thing. Don't care about some bugs. Yes. Right, well... I guess I've discovered the... Oh, boy. What time is it? Oh. Oh, right. Wait, why doesn't it let me... You need to wait for a day for spotted wolves to leave. Oh, I see. Fair enough. I guess I will wait for a day. And while I wait, I'm going to... Is there anything that I can relate back to the Dell? I guess not. Not spending my days quite as well as I would like, to be honest. How many rods have I placed? I only have 2 left, so I shall place them in places. Oh yes, I can place one here. Travel. Time to go through the gauntlet. I scratch Kit Kat's neck. I am ready. I search for the tracks I found at the watchtower. Ooh. Travel as far west as I can. The stream ahead can be crossed by a humble ford. I could spend some time gathering larger rocks and throwing them into the water. Yes. For an hour. Can work some more. And what does exhaustion... Oh, that is a lot of exhaustion. Not unlike the builders from the days before the 10 cities, you put the last boulder, taming this scrap in the wilderness, even if slightly. The tightly arranged rocks remind you of a cobbled road leading to Hovlaven. Can I eat? You can't use your inventory right now. Oh, that is unfortunate. Observing the results of my work. Yes. Admire the rocks I have placed so beautifully. Damn. When necessary, I clear any thicket in Kit Kat's way. You reach a gap in the tunnel of plants. The meadow nourishes a lonely tree growing in the shadow of a rocky hill surrounded by humble grasses. Near the tree roots, a wolf without fur is feasting on a human corpse, unaware of your presence. Ooh. Quick save. I look at the corpse. You don't see much from afar. It's in one piece with blood-soaked clothing torn to pieces, indistinguishable from the loose flaps of skin. It has no sacks, bags, or equipment, but you spot a trail of blood leading into the trees. The creature must have dragged the shell from the deeper woods. The beast raises its head. Its ears are shaking. I look at the wolf. It's standing on all fours, crouching forward, with blood dripping from its massive canines. Its head, and especially its jaw, are wide and long, like those of a horse. Its brown shell is muscular, with pronounced shoulder blades, the hair resembling your arms, and a tuft of black fur at the end of its foot-long tail. The beast turns its head towards you. Its eyes are like shining charcoal. I leave. Kit Kat obeys gladly. The beast spares you a glance, but doesn't follow you. Maybe the beast will break the bones before they get touched by the fog. Hopefully. We carry ever onwards. Your eyes wander between the wall of trees and shrubs on one side, and a dirty pond on the other. The road itself is wide, covered with soggy logs that keep the ground from turning into mud. It's breaking under your mount's hooves, letting you know what's... Sounds like a sigh of relief. I trust its instincts. I pay attention to the dead trees. We move on. The road is bright, empty, surrounded by sparsely growing trees, gentle hills and meadows. It leads you to a cairn, a pile of rocks ranging in size from your abdomen to your fist. There's also quite a few tiny pebbles. A narrow... hardly passable trail leads south, but likely won't survive another year without travelers. I look to a spot where I can place a rod for Eudocia. I prepare the rod, climb down the hill, look for the tracks that I found at the fallen tree. Without a doubt, the travelers were here, led by the person in hard heels, though there are more tracks around, both older and younger. I dismount and follow the tracks west. They soon turn north into an old game trail, wide enough for your mount to enter the thicket. After a few minutes, and with little effort, you reach an even wider trail. You get back into the saddle and ride uphill, following a convenient rocky trail covered in sunlight, cleared of plants. Once you get to the top, you look around. From here, you get a good view of the heart of the woods. You spot the smoke coming from the villages far in the distance. The further path ends at a ravine. You look over the edge at the gentle brook far below. The hole is too wide to be crossed with a jump, even for Kit Kat. You narrow your eyes. On the other side is a simple bridge made of logs and ropes, now rolled up and resting on a green shrub. Even though it may take a lot of time and effort, I try to walk around the gully. I have a grappling hook! Haha! After the 12th attempt. It gets stuck between the stems of the shrub. You put the loop around a conveniently placed rock and put away the unessential equipment, including the armor. Once your legs are swinging in the air dozens of yards above the roaring water, you think about the warm beds and safe alleys of Havlhaven. Finally, you touch the other side. Your itching hands are red. I lift the wooden bridge and place it across the gully, then untie the rope. See, the preparation. My adventures have given me the equipment to pursue further and more dangerous adventures. The Adventurer's Circle. Right. The trail is canopied by overhanging trees, and so narrow that your mount would struggle to turn around, staying on foot. You grab the lead rope and follow the corridor carved in the lush thicket. I try to ignore the scent of rotting leaves. Soon after the path widens a bit, you notice a shell larger than your own torso. Its 8 legs are as long as you are tall, clinging to a tree that's on your way. You freeze. The dark, hairy thorax matches the browns of the plants. I examine the spider from a safe distance. What are you looking for, paying attention to? Web? There's no web in sight. You are not sure how the spider manages to cling to the tree. Look for something else. Human? I either don't understand what you mean or you don't notice such an object around. Hell. You seek any signs of corpses, cocoons, abandoned bones, but find nothing of the sort. Awareness? Okay. Tree. The trees are young and lush, hardly reaching above the undergrowth and canopying the trail. The fallen twigs and bark were pushed off the trail. Twigs. Okay. And you spotted nothing. Glaucia. Nope, there is no Glaucia here. Okay. Attack. Okay. What could there possibly be that will allow me to proceed forward here? There is a giant monstrous spider. Legs. You stare at the beast's legs, but they hardly ever move. If anything, all of them tremble at once. Head. The eyes and fangs seem to never move. Life? Okay. Movement. The creature's movements occur only during the gusts of wind. Oh. I'm pretty sure it's dead. You step slowly, picking up a long branch resting at the side of the trail. Once you tap the abdomen, you let out a relieved sigh. You observe the spider's dried-out shell. In such a humid place, you'd expect it to rot. Kit Kat pulls the lead, begging you to turn around. Quick save. I comforted with the sound of my voice. Okay, so it was just a dead spider. Oh! What is this? And the path is beaten, yet your mount has to step over the branches, large rocks, and even animal bones. While the trees aren't pruned, they grow sparse enough for you to have a good view of your surroundings. A pile of rotting logs, the remains of food, and even a broken wagon, the rest of the feet of the crag. You look up, and the palisade has a massive gap in it, which now serves as a vantage point for a person you can't see clearly. They're holding an arrow on their strung bow, and while they aren't aiming at you, they'd have enough time to shoot you before you got off the saddle. "You've a horse," the masculine voice announces loudly, then stares at you. "Oh, my deer was running, I did." Almost shot in the nose. Another pause. I shout back, "Bodingus, 'tis I, a Roadwarden." The archer crouches, as if watching you from the 2 feet closer is going to make a difference, he shouts. He shouts, but more so towards someone behind the wall. "Wait, another Roadwarden! You sure do look like you rode through 10 swamps. Head up!" "I have my eyes on you, I do." The hamlet could be a generation old, and while the freshly beaten paths spread trash and newly fallen trees and gathered rocks, yada 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 yada. Then give everyone a threatening glance? Oh boy, don't do that. I get down slowly, then keep my hands open in the air, yes. What is this place? Oh, that is not Quintus. That is not who I thought it was. Oh, bully. One of the strangers nods in approval, while another gestures for you to step away from your mount, making sure you're not hiding anything. Alright, leave here every blade, tie the beast somewhere. He points his thumb behind her, leading your eyes to the loose stake of the palisade. Glossia's on their way, he adds, matter-of-factly, as if to a regular waiting for an alehouse keeper. You follow his commands, waiting for the dwellers in silence. From afar, you hear the heavy footfalls of the person who joins soon after. Her massive winter boots are made of leather that still remembers the garnet dye of the past, and have wide and firm heels. The bronze of the decorative buckles is polished, without a hint of green. Her emerald eyes are running over your mountain equipment, reaching your face last, with a little curiosity. She's broad-shouldered, with a muscular figure and round face. Her long, shining mail rests on a green acton, making noise with every movement on her arms. Her right hand is tapping one hilt of the sickle sword, a broad blade meant for chopping not just flesh, but also twigs, sheathed at her side. The short dark hair of a fighter is carefully cut, and her skin is healthily tanned. We have finally discovered the mighty Glossia. It takes another few breaths for you to notice the other side of her appearance. While she's wider than anyone in sight, she's more than a head shorter than you. Oh! You spot the gray strands of her hair and wrinkles cut by scars on her cheeks and lips. Her hand is missing a thumb, explaining why the blade is on her right side. And an old bruise surrounding her left eye hinders her from fully opening it, so it is difficult for you to match her gaze. She must be quite a fighter. Found the bandits' camp. Achievement unlocked. A palfrey this time. Her confident, powerful voice matches her straight posture. She reaches for the bottom of Kit Kat's neck, slowly allowing it to accept the touch after a moment of hesitation. It's more for running than combat, I believe. A saurian was dangerous but slower without much stamina. You look for a reason why she would lecture you about your own trades and notice the curious eyes of her band, listening to every word. It may be the first horse they've ever seen. Stranger. She looks at you again and steps back. I heard about your arrival to the peninsula, but didn't expect we'd see you at our doorstep. You don't have much to discuss. Tell me I ain't stupid enough to provoke my hand. I don't provoke, I either cut or I don't. For now, let's have a talk. Well, I am a starving, diseased heretic, and I will cut if I need to. I want to see what happens if I am intimidating. I don't provoke, I either cut or I don't. No, let's have a talk. Her smile is brief, but marks her voice. We've things to talk about now. I'm all ears. Take a stroll with me. I ain't missing a chance to enjoy the rest of the summer. The tension of the group around you isn't as thick, and as you follow the woman north, the others keep their distance. I guess I go north then. Wow. Ooh, look at this place. The neglected path leads to a pond, through the rocks sticking out of the ground, fallen branches, and the rotten deck covering a wide puddle. There are some signs of repairs made on the bridge for fishers, but there are also some broken logs and a boat with a large hole in its hull. Glossia and two of her guards walk with you in silence, surrounded by the screeching beasts around and above you. She takes leisurely strides, and as you step onto the bridge looking across the pond, you can see that the woods surrounded from all sides like the walls of a dungeon chamber. The green and grey saurians basking both on the banks and in the shallow water, the frogs, flies, and blackbirds shatter any guise of peace. The wood beneath you is slippery. Whenever the woman makes a sudden movement, you flinch, preparing your shell to push her away. Don't have any doubts, she speaks calmly, looking in the distance. I have little trust to offer you, and even less patience. It's better that we meet this way instead of on the road. She turns towards you and moves her hand behind her back. If you have no good reason to talk to me, you can scat right away. The land needs no soldiers, Roadwarden, and chiefly no city folk. How do I know I have a good reason? I could use your knowledge to help people. I'm sure you know these woods well. Oh, there are some who would use another hand, I'll agree. There are also those who deserve nothing better than to be thrown into an elk pit. If you want my help, better make me believe you can tell them apart. Without another word, she leads you back. Then through the gate, the old rotting roof of the only building standing to bend under its own weight. But its condition is only slightly worse than that of the area around it. The broken tools, soggy planks and logs, the broken vents of an animal pen, and the waist-high nettle leaves growing on every scrap of ground. It's not only been beaten down by boots, the hamlet smells of putridity. The screeching of animals isn't as overwhelming here, but unlike the other settlements, there's hardly any labor to fill the emptiness. The bandits either follow you or sit around idly. There's firewood gathered by the wall, and you see someone eating a piece of cold roasted meat. But it seems like no one is eager to grab a hammer, a needle, or a carving knife. So raiders, huh? Glossia doesn't stop, making you follow her around the long shelter. She keeps her eyes straight ahead, not commenting on anything you walk by. With every step, her mail jangle slightly, breaking the silence. Your eyes either wander around or stare at the back of her head. Oh, brother. Right. You may want to stay away from old Pagos. It's been struggling with the plague. She glances at you with her unmarked eyebrow raised, making the difference between the sizes of her eyes even more jarring. You think I don't know what's happening in my land? I don't need your rumors. Okay, fair enough. Have you ever met Cassia? Wow. I'm just talking to her like she's a regular old settlement. And this is something I never discovered in the previous playthrough. So much you miss, and I'm so glad that I decided to continue playing this game after my last ending was achieved. Can you tell me anything about the undead in the north? Her armor clinks so loudly that a nearby rook flutters its wings, dashing to the wall. They are around, she meets your eyes, tapping to the hilt of her sword. Why do you ask? I wonder if you see them as a threat. Her eyes are filled with fury. You think those fuckers at White Marshes wake up more shells with every season, no matter where they find them? Deep woods, the swamps, their own beds if they could. Her hand soars towards your neck, causing you to step away. She stops herself before reaching you, but makes a gesture suggesting a blade making a cut. They would kill us all in our sleep. She strides away, and you try to catch up. After a pause, she raises her voice. Shame on the villages that let them do so. May the right drown them all. Okay, so she has a very strong set of opinions. Very nice. I am very fascinated that I managed to discover her. Quick save. You made Eosin quite worried about your recent moves. She slows down. Two of you approach the old animal pen, though right now it's inhabited by rooks and worms. She leans against the soggy fence, which moans in protest. Her emerald eyes don't hide her surprise or perfectly imitate it. I suppose I should have expected Eosin's boar eyes on me. But what does he want you to get from me exactly? To learn what you're trying to achieve, are you planning to attack his hunters? It takes her unusually long to answer. Alright, tell him this, stranger. Don't sweat. The right leads my blade in dreams against the necromancers of White Marshes. Also, bed with an ibex. Okay, I will convey the words. Have you met Cassia from Gale Rocks? She sends an angry look towards a surprised rook. Ah, good for nothing. Why is she offering you a job? Why? She's offering you a job? After you mention that you just try to learn about her character, she walks in silence for a good minute. Let's merely say I'm not convinced she's capable of keeping her word, even though she promises a lot, and loudly so. I'm trying to find out what happened to Asterion. She doesn't spare a glance. So? There are some who are convinced that you had something to do with his disappearance. So tell me what you know. You hear an annoyed grunt. Right, no. He and I share a few goals, and if I was to tell you about my plans, I would need to know it wouldn't stab me in the back. Okay, fair enough. There are some who are convinced that you had something to do. He stops. What are those some? You notice, I don't want to get the creeks killed. I just smile. She waits for a few more breaths, piercing through you with her emerald eyes, then pushes you away and continues her walk. Let them talk. People who ascribe to me every misdeed or bad dream they have. I have no Roadwarden in my stew yet. Alright. I found an abandoned cart on the Eastern Trail. She keeps her pace, forcing you to stare at her hair, then steps outside of the gate. I think you found it indeed. She walks down the slope, speaking slowly as she takes careful steps. And whoever used to own it, they have vanished in the fogs they did. I follow the trail leading to the abandoned cart, and here I am. She freezes and turns around slowly, scowling at you. You notice how the slow twist of her wrist makes one of the guards step back, hiding his already drawn blade. I ain't going to explain myself to you. We need tools and wares to sell, so he took them. The merchants are back in their homes, with their skin untouched and togs on their backs. They knew the risk and took it. You flinch when she reaches for your shoulder, but someone is already behind you, keeping you in her range. Her strong hand squeezes your flesh. Do you have a problem here? Quick save. I try to shake her hand off me. I'm responsible for these roads. I'm going to save scum. I want to see what's going to happen if I click on this. She looks away after a few long breaths, then frowns at you, her healthy eye showing her surprise before glancing back at you. We said what we needed to. What else do you have for me? As she heads for the gate, her steps are heavier than usual. Why do you target white marshes? And why don't you? She turns her head, giving you an annoyed glance. What good is the Roadwarden for if there are armies of awoken shells right under their nose? I'll put the necromancer's rule to an end. I just need to find a way. Her emerald eyes pierce through your skull. Good! Now let's see if you have deeds to stand on, not words. For now, I have nothing to gain from telling you some stories. Fight for what's right, or fall with all the others. She spares you a nod and ambles forward. I'd like to learn more about you. She doesn't even stop. Hire yourself a bard, she growls. Foggy mentioned some dark days pushed you into becoming a bandit. More of them than you can count. Or did you think people leave their warm homes to pick easy coins? We have survivors from a long-gone village of Steep House, a lad forced into marriage by some old pricks with long beards, a cooper whose daughter poisoned herself with a daffodil pie, a hunter whose home was lost to a fire, a shepherd who took an oath to clean these woods of wolves, a hungry thief who chose to run away instead of losing their arm. Guards are now more numerous. Some of them look down, casting you shameful glances, while others meet your eyes, keeping their backs straight. We're all wronged by this land, Glossia carries on. And as her steps grow springy, her mail becomes annoyingly loud. And our work will give us our pride back. Right. I considered telling her about the secret trapdoor from the domain. You wander behind her under her keen eyes. I tell her everything. Her trust is worth it. Their leader doesn't interrupt you, nor slows down her pace. After you're done, she says without a hint of emotion, but you notice a natural pause. Of course, she tries to maintain her composure, but if you're trying to impress me, you need to try harder. You look at the surprised glances of the others and try to hide your smile. You got them! Do you need any assistance? Oh dear. She stops in place, then gestures at a soggy bench. Both of you sit down, but your eyes don't meet. Instead, you observe the dark birds that are pushing and pecking each other over the old gruel spread among the nettles. And why would a Roadwarden want to help me? To avoid harm. I smile. We all need friends, don't we? She takes a few heartbeats to respond. No, what I have is a family. She glances at the men who observe you from the distance, and I trust them more than I would any stranger. She leans back and looks at the clouds. But you can do some small things for me, and not for free. One of my lads has abandoned his post and has taken something very valuable to me. He wants to start his life anew, so he won't use his name, but you'll recognize him. He speaks like someone from my village, he does. While her tone is sarcastic, her eyes remain serious. Young, strong, with the pretty face and blue eyes of a beaten cub. Shaves often. The last tog he had on his back was our black gambeson, matching his short hair. But he has any wits, he sold it somewhere already. When she crosses one leg with the other, her mail clinks so loudly it makes you flinch. She reaches for her boot, adjusting it with her broad fingers. He speaks like a twat, he does. He sure does. Valkyrie, hello. Thank you for stopping by. He doesn't want to be found, but he may need a Roadwarden's help. If so, merely tell me where he hides, and I will find him all right. She straightens up and rises to her feet, as if the conversation reached its conclusion. I'll drop you a few coins for your trouble. 4, maybe. I can give you a handful of arrows for a crossbow. I don't need them, really. Mauled by beasts. That's not true. Any tips on where to start? If I knew how to answer that, I'd have gone after him already. He was cautious, left our hunting group to take a leak, then sneaked away. The band assumed he got caught by a cat, but I told them to search our supplies. I doubt he took them for a walk, alright. Why did he leave your band? She thinks about it for a few heartbeats. He's weak, she states, but after seeing your frown, she puts hands behind her back. He joined us not that long ago. He didn't have any drive, was merely bored with his old life, but was good enough with his knives to impress me. Turns out he wasn't ready for the change he took upon himself, and he left before he paid his debt to me. What did he take from you? A small supply of black powder I was saving for a special occasion. Oh, she intends to blow up White Marshes. A woman after my own heart. For one thing, I'd be ready to forgive him, but betraying my trust and taking our secrets outside is way beyond excuses. And what will you do with him once you find him? She frowns, narrowing her healthy eye, as if it's too obvious to be worthy of an answer. What he deserves. Okay, well. You have nothing to gain in all this. You could just let him walk away. She rests her hand on her weapon. Stop trying to anger me, outsider. What do you think of me? I ain't a hothead. When I draw my blade, she pauses, rubbing the hilt of her finger, I do so with conviction. You know what? Trust is a two-way street, and I will trust her craziness because she seems like a band of betrayed vagabonds. It took me fucking spleen, man. Man's a menace to all things holy, I tell you. He's an absolute gobshite is what he is. Alright, I'll tell you once I learn anything. I should go. I asked for a spot where I could spend the night. Could do. Can I? The woman you ask gives you a puzzled look. There's a tavern on the northern road and a few villages in the west. I try to explain what you mean, and a man without an ear laughs and speaks with a different accent. No chance, no warden cuts my throat this night, nor on any other. You wee piece of shite. Alright, head to the pond. A man with a bare chest gets in your way. Hey, where do you think you're going? We need no spy eyes around here. We are going to keep your ugly mug safe from monsters. Buy yourself a tub in an inn. Alright, travel back to the cairn. Oh, no. Oh, right. Okay, well, I have a bunch of... I take the narrow path south. I will not take the narrow path south. I will ride to a different path of the forest. To the bandits' hideout, no. East. No. West. There we go. As far west as I can. Hopefully I will not die. Every minute or so, you get lost in the dense woods. Fuck. Now that I'm more familiar with this part of the forest, I may be able to find a smoother path. Oh, I am too weak. I don't have enough pneuma. Oh yes, I forgot about the monkeys. That they throw fresh feces at me. I've completely forgot about the monkeys. Oh, how unfortunate. But then again, my appearance is already shafted, so I have nothing to lose. I need to endure it. You rush Kit Kat, which is more than happy to follow your command. Let's get out of the monkey-infested territory. Ah, there we go. There's the place I need. The corridor of leaves and grey rocks leads you to a gate, large enough to let a wagon through, held together by a wooden bar. The planks and rocks are covered with claw marks, yada yada. A large man, there's Quintus, covered in shadows, is observing you from the roof tower. His voice is hoarse, distrustful. You lost her, Listen, grab the wooden bar on the door, I'll grab one on my side. Just give me a minute. Right. A man lowers the rope that hangs. You hear him pressing his feet. Ah, step back. His voice is muffled. The man pushes both leaves of the gate and steps closer, looking around. He's holding a loaded crossbow, but doesn't aim it at you. Are you followed? No. Good, good. He steps away, letting you through. The stool and a bucket filled with dirty water don't look like much of a resting spot. You're safe now. The man closes the gate and observes you with keen eyes. It's hard to tell his age through his exhausted, sleepy eyes. A short, unkempt beard and a bandage, horizontally covering his ears and the spot that used to be his nose. There is clotted blood in his brown hair and mud on his clothes and brown neck. Despite all of this, he's of a huge shell, with wide shoulders and thick legs. Ah, are you alive? He still holds his weapon, but doesn't aim at you. I don't know, you mug. There we go. I'm Bodingus, the new Roadwarden, and you're the gatekeeper, I assume. Well, yeah. He looks at his weapon. I'm just on duty guarding, but I'm not enemy of yours. And he straightens up. So, Warden, you new on the job? Pretty new. It's just a shite place then. This gate here. He places his hand on a brick as if to prove it exists. It's older than me, all there. It's older than me. All there. He points behind him. Wilds and beasts. Might try build this place to keep them away from us. Not but the brave ones enter the woods. And not but the stupid ones do it alone. He scratches the bandage on his cheek. Name's Quintus from Old Pagos. Been there. I have. They won't let you in. So, you know, we used to send one soul here every morning and escort them back before nightfall. But some days ago, no one came for me. I spent the night here sneaking wolf shits among almost got me. The sneaky little wolf shits almost got me. He crouches, draws a handful of water from the bucket, but after he smells it, he grunts and straightens up. I went home by myself only to learn about the sick. I've been here ever since. What do you know about the plague? Not much. It kills, that's all there is to know. My tribe's smart. Locking the gate in the right gave them strength. They all can get together because they all worship the same religion. Or the same values. So shouldn't you look for a real shelter? Someone has to stay at the gate. You could at least spend the nighttime in one of the villages. He's either mad or dumb. He may be a bit too proud, but knows about the about the locals than I do. I'm surprised you survived for this long. You call it surviving, I'll call it potions. His chuckle makes him wince in pain. He puts a hand on his stomach and leans away. Beast took me for easy prey, but the good monks from the mountains equipped our guards well. They're helping our ill, but we used to brew all sorts of stuff. His hand moves to an earthenware bottle by his belt. Change the topic. What do you want? 6 meals, and I'll help you at the gate. Oh, right, so I do have to pay him in food. How much money do I have? A lot of money. And I can eat as well. You have time to hunt? I'll go with you. The horse, not an ass. So that's why it's so tall. First time I see one. First time most people have seen a horse. Just give me coins. I'll bring you a barrel of salted fish or some oats and cheese. I'll bring you some food, you crazy man. Right. I have time to chit-chat with the man. Some time ago, a few people from Creeks left their home to hunt. Have you met them? I know not about people, but I met Vashul. It takes him a few breaths to notice you're waiting for him to go on. He spent one night at this tower with me. Came from there. He points at the woods in the east, and then went back there. They were building a trap. Someone behind the lake. They shared a patronage with me, but never came here again. Good soul, very open-eyed. Looking for a Astarion. Cool. He traveled on a giant green-red lizard thingy. You ever met Erastus? Do you know Eudocia? Let me guess. 7 rations. Oh boy. That's a lot of rations that I can actually afford. What can you tell me about the road behind the gate? No one uses the road. Why are you here? I think Vashul died somewhere in the heart of the woods. Shit. Shite. He starts, but nods with acceptance. Too bad. I'd rather have some more strong hunters around. I'd like to live in Pagos. I've heard about some bandits. Were they bothering you? Are you afraid of Glossia? I don't know who we are talking about. He doesn't trust me enough to say anything about Glossia. That's fine, buddy. It's time for me to go back to the Dell and actually have a proper rest. Oh, beautiful Dell. I head to the stables. You know what? Here, have a coin, you... Let him work in peace. Taylor, fix my clothes. I need your services. Outfit repairs? Gambison repairs. Okay. Fancy clothes? Could buy a fancy tunic. Good luck. I was meant to speak with Erastus for Dalit. You ask an archeress if she could point you to the trapper. She directs you beyond the walls. Oh, wait. Oh, shit. There is no search. Oh, crap. Oops. I wanted to read the description, whether or not he fits the description of the deserter for Glossia. What did you bring to the table? Miss Home, can you survive in the woods? Job is more difficult than you think. I guess that's that. Right, to the main square. Trader, what do you have for sale? Nothing of value to me. Aye. How about some useful herbs or ointments? Any issues with Erastus? Nothing for now. Mayor! Oh boy. Can you read this tablet? May have belonged to Astarion. I have a few questions about Erastus. He's not willing to speak with Erastus. I bring news. Seems like Eosin is looking to purchase Foggy Lake. That's far from ideal. Allowing 2 inns to be controlled by a single soul may cause trouble for the third one. She points at Ape Ale with her thumb. In this case, the third one is the one that really matters. She leans back and starts to tap on the table. That's all I have to say for now. I feel like it would betray the bandits' trust if I revealed the location of the bandits' threat. Can you give us a moment? As you frown, a muscular, crudely dressed woman approaches the table asking Theus for directions. You stop paying attention quickly and instead wonder why the mayor insists on holding these meetings outside. And she's so busy, she needs to constantly be available. Great job, she sends off the worker. Thank you for your time. It's getting dark then. Even though you only get a glimpse of them, the oldest girl notices your attention. She springs up and approaches you with a few skips. She's already pretty tall, dressed in a worn, subdued tunic. Master Roadwarden! Hearing such an antiquated salutation. Right. Tell them about my adventures. Exactly as it happened, because I'm an epic adventurer and I managed to catch a bird with a rope once. It was my pleasure. Right. Innkeeper. I need to survive. Any chance? Looking for a few hunters. Thank you. Sleep. Yes. Oh. I am hungry. I should eat something. Inventory. Devour beautiful nourishment. Right. Sleep. Yes, look at all the regeneration that is going to take place. Yes. Feed my bars. And the rain once again hit the ground, interrupting your sleep. Another day of muddy roads. How unfortunate. The days are getting shorter already. Unfortunate. Oh boy. Quick save. Right. Inventory, not the inventory. Okay, so Eosin is a bit of a... Ooh. I have small gambling experience. I leave the square. How about no? Oh yes. I can acquire food. I need a few rations, yes. Bath and dinner. In an hour, you'll get as much food as you can eat and a proper bath and laundry. Don't need none of that. Right. Beep, beep, boop, beep, beep. How much did I need? 6 and 7. 13. And I have exactly 13. So, there we go. That's enough. Right. Thank you. Map. Haha. Stream Elements is on the case. Alright. What was I? Oh yes, the hideout. The only path to this place you know of leads through the heart of the forest. Yes, it's true, it's true. Alright, leave the square. Traveling on. I could do some work on making Glaucia's band a bit better. I mean, reaching Glaucia's band, that is. Journal. Oh yes. I have no doubt it was Glaucia and her band who took the people from the wagon at the fallen tree, but she didn't take the people. The people are fine, at least if you can trust her own word, which I kind of do, because she seems like she's not so much a villain as much as a downtrodden vagabond trying to get through life as best she can. I delivered the medicament to Akakius. Right, so my last rod shall be placed So let's go place it. Quick save. Travel. To the gate. I shall place upon thee thine rod. Here's the food. And here's your food. Why are you afraid of Glossia? Then I can't talk about her. His shoulders slump, making him look like a wounded troll. I've got to look after the gate for her, or she'll hurt someone and Oh. Now it all makes sense why he's such a stubborn... Oh, I see. Glossia is not as good of a... Should we put her down? Her methods are uncouth and she feeds on fear. If only I had the opportunity to bring her to justice and make her atone for her misdeeds. But I don't think this is that kind of game. But then again, there is always hope. Right, okay, so I can actually... It has to be something that will let me deal with monkeys. Right, what time is it? Right, quick save. Okay. Oh yes, I've placed all the rods, actually. Haven't I? Bronze rods, yes, I've placed all the rods, so I can make my way around. Let's see. Hopefully the road has been cleared, so I shall make my way to the creeks. Or will I? Let's check the old journal. Oh yes, I could actually... Ooh, instead of going that way, I could go this way because I'm going to spend a day anyway, so might as well spend the day traveling around. So, to the Pelt to deliver some news. Approach the guards. Throw some dice. Haha, +3. Hell yeah. Yeah. Ooh, with every passing day, my discount increases, and I'm actually tempted to do it. I do have the coin to afford it. Haven't fully explored the ruins yet. Which... Oh, okay. I need to go and explore those ruins, definitely. Right. About the hunters. Everything I learned about Erastus. Can't say I dispelled my doubts, but I invite someone who knows how to fight when it comes to it. I won't flee without an order. Right. I really should do the... Actually, I just realized I could save scum and explore the ruins. Oh, that's Steep House. Oh, so that's what... Oh, so Steep House. Ah, it all makes sense now. So these guys got destroyed and the remainders went to the hideout. Ah, okay. Right, let's save scum and travel. Go to Steep House. The ruins, the so-called ruins. There they are, look at them. I go to the main square. I've explored everything. Suddenly you notice the stains of blood. I should check it out. I prepare my axe. No point with all this iron. I can put it on Kit Kat. Wait. Hold on. You step cautiously and take a peek into a cellar-like entrance hall. Without any source of light other than the sun that enters through the door, there are dismantled barrels and a few scraps of iron lying around, all of them looking like the result of human work, not time. You notice no burned wood, no smell of putridity. The whiff of urine is complemented by goblin feces and trails of blood. You see torn pieces You see torn to pieces tent and clothes, broken tools, and a crossbow, damaged beyond repair. The road to the upper floor seems to be blocked by the collapsed roof and loose wooden beams. There are scraps of rustling iron to the ground, detached from the now destroyed furniture. Such metal parts can be worth quite a bit. You've gathered the iron scraps. You walk carefully, avoiding blood and dirt. Some of the iron and steel is touched by rust, but a blacksmith will make good use of them. You use your knife to turn the tent into rags, then wrap them over the roughly edged pieces of your loot, making sure they won't cut Kit Kat's back. During your ride, you find only one other thing of value, 2 short arrows made for a crossbow. I wonder where the owner's shell is. Oh, so if you don't explore this place early, the troll urine guy perishes. Yeah, you feel a slight aching in your stomach. Save the fish traps. Sadly, you're too late. I step away. Take the fish trap back. I step away. I travel. Right, now it's time to go to the pelt. And I even have metal and iron. Quick save. To the guards. Throw some dice. That is my save scum penance, of course. I could use this time, actually. There's everything you want to know about the goblins. I have your dragons, and there's no soul in the entire ruins. Yeah, okay, so the guy's dead. Oops. So much for wanting to help others. Right. Yeah, I think I will pay this. She reaches out for the coins and hides them without counting. Cheers, Bodingus! And she looks at the sun. Give us 2 days to prepare for the raid. We'll handle it with a small team. There's a different kind of confidence in her voice, and her stance is more like a leader's. Better stay away from the ruins until then, or you may get a random quarrel between your ears. Alright, fair enough. Knowledge on creatures? 8. I don't have enough. I walk away. Everything is all ready. Enter the inn. Quick save. Right, about Glossia's band. He freezes, observing your hand silently. I'm bringing good news, I guess. Glossia has only one target right now, and it's the necromancers of White Marshes. You have nothing to worry about, at least when it comes to her. Oh, 10 coins! He frowns in disbelief, asking you a few questions about what you've seen in her hideout. Before you finish with the last answer, he empties an already prepared pouch. His gestures are impatient, but the amount of dragon bones matches his promise. You did what I asked for, so these are now yours. We'll try to hunt in the north before fall, see if you are correct. Ooh, fascinating. Something worries you? He observes the floor for a bit, but finally waves your question off. Their camp sounds like a well-protected place, and hidden in a dangerous spot. He raises his eyes, though only for a moment. If you're wrong, we won't get to them easily, but that's just a thought of mine. Foggy has a message for you. Any leftovers? Nope, of course not. Save. 6 coins. No. Message. The innkeeper listens to Foggy's words patiently, then crosses his arms and leans back, lost in his thoughts. Seems like she won't be played so easily. After you mention the answer, he tells you to relax. He'll have it soon. See, I've lost her first share. Asterion was meant to deliver it to her. Oh, so that's... Oh, I see. I don't want to waste more, but she doesn't need to know it. He raises a bowl that sits nearby and reveals a few dragon bones. He counts off 5 of them. Tell her this. Asterion lost your coin. I'm now in debt. Let's be partners for now. I'll send you more once I have it, but I don't promise anything. He pushes the coins toward you, observing them like a hawk. They are yours. Just help me. Keep the charade going for now. It's important to me. Why even bother? He makes a nervous hiss as he breathes through his teeth. I plan to sell furs to her in late autumn, and I hope she'll keep sending people whenever they stop at her place. I want to stay on her good side, you see. She doesn't get hurt in any way. Bah! I'll spread a good word about her if it comes to it until I head back home, and if the winds change and the city folks start trading here once the roads get safer, I may return to our deal. So many questions. Do I abide by the principles of not lying? Do I take the coins and lie to him, and then tell her the truth? Do I take his coins and lie for him? I don't know. Both taverns are quite a delight, and they both have similar things where these guys will hunt goblins for me, and these guys help me with the bird. So my allegiance is sort of equal when it comes to both of them. So I don't know what to do in this case. I think I'm going to betray this guy. Because he's trying to monopolize everything, and he's trying to be a 2-bit player, so yes, that is what I'm going to be doing. Take the coin. I'll take your coins, and I'll betray you. He smiles gently. Good, good. Right. Journal updated. Check on Yisun. Show me your wares. Nothing cool. Oh, I actually have 6 hours left. What can I do with these 6 hours? Oh, I can go to Glaw, to the Eudocia. Glossia, Eudocia, you know, same thing. Traveling 4 hours. Hopefully. But then again, I do have a shelter next to it, so might as well make the most out of this. Quick save. Travel. Bada bing, bada give me money. You hear heavy steps. Go inside. I want to collect my reward for the bronze rods. Eudocia wipes her hands on her robe, puts one into her pocket, and waits for you to describe the locations where you've placed the rods. Here you go. Guess we're done. It looks so. Thanks, Bodingus. Fantastic. As a bonus reward for placing all the rods, you can buy my spirit rocks cheaper. Such a journey would take me weeks, or it wouldn't, for I wouldn't try it. She chuckles. And when she twirls her hair, her eyes grow absent again. Yada yada. Yada yada. You seem to be afraid of the bandits, Eudocia. I'm not afraid. Glossia is fucking terrifying. Here is a tip and engrave it on your soul. She can't be reasoned with. If you're strong, threaten her. If weak, ask her for mercy, I guess. Oh. So I accidentally did do the right thing. She wanted to work with me, but I need no right to know her soul is wicked. Ooh. She takes a step towards you. I think they're somewhere in the deep woods. I don't know much about these lands. I've got other stuff to worry about. There's only one place that I know of that could keep an entire band, an old lumberjack camp. But you won't reach it through any of the main roads, so that's that. Alright. Monks suck. I bring news. Yes. Surely you filled the roads. I'm looking for a Starion. I could help you with that. When's the last time you saw him? Ask anything. Do you have any message for him? She puts on a smile, but her eyes betray her melancholy. Right. Why would I bother? She glances. You already done a lot for me. Right, okay. There we go. So she is going to clean the roads. And the rocks are very cheap now. Excellent. Oh yes, I can actually buy all the spirit rocks from her and save the people of the peninsula. Buy. I have 2 spirit rocks. You need help with anything else? Oh yeah, the tulips. Any tips? 5. Deal. About your golems. Can you read? No. Still an item with Numa? I'll think about it. Yada yada. Alright, there's nothing else I can think of talking to her with about it. Oh yeah, I can seek shelter here now, but not yet. I have to... it's too dangerous to stay here. Yes, it is. Very unfortunate. Right. Sleep in the disgusting ragged tower. Slumber. It'll take a dragon to knock down this tower. Blazing through at the speed of sound, sonic sound. Inventory. Devour. Devour. Now I need to clean myself somewhere. But right, what do we have to do now? It said they need a few days to prepare for the thing over there, so I'll come back to them at a different point in time. Oh yes, I can go back to Foggy's and tell her the truth, which seems like the best thing to do. I don't have any news for Glossia, so... time to go to the old bridge and get a coin. Yes. Traveling on. To the Foggies. I entered a tavern. Had a talk with... Okay, there we go. Had a talk with Earson. In say, love, I mentioned that he wanted me to lie to her. She walks around the hearth like a bear in a cavern, dusting the shells with a wet cloth. She keeps silent for a minute or two, then throws the rag into some jars, knocking them on the ground. Her loud words cover the crackling sound. So that's how it is. Her tone remains in control. She puts her hand on your shoulder, looking into your eyes. I appreciate your honesty, Bodingus. She hands you the cold pieces of bone. Here are your dragons. She steps away, looking through the window shutters. There will be consequences, she announces, lowering her voice. Oh boy. But she still doesn't trust me enough to tell me what she knows about Asterion, huh? Let me know if there's anything else for me to do. She scratches the stump of her missing arm. Her powerful voice carries a hint of a threat. I need a soul who I know won't steal from me, and I'm still not sure it's you, dear. Fair enough. Okay, she doesn't need any metal scraps. And she has meals, but I don't need meals. I need to go to White Marshes and sell this metal. Time for me to go. I have 9 hours, and unfortunately it's too late for me to go to the creeks and do the creek stuff, so... I have messed up my travels. I could spend the rest of the day resting. No, it's too late to rest even. Very unfortunate. Nope, there is... Yep, okay. So, can't do that. Can go to... Oh, I can go to... Oh, yes, I can actually go to Gale Rocks and do some things in Gale Rocks. I am very happy with how they've managed to make this game. If you accidentally messed up, that there are certain things around certain areas that you can still do to make the most out of your day, so... Time to go to the Gale. And the worker is now resting. Village headwoman. I was meant to speak with Cassia, yada yada. Tell me about your talents. You are a coward. You suddenly turn around, but you find you go to... I return to the young people looking for a match. Yes. Her blushing cheeks contrast with the pale skin of her hands. I can't! She says, after a longer moment, I thought about our previous conversation, Roadwarden. I'm not ready for such changes. Not because my son deserves the peace we have now. I'd rather join a monastery that put pleasure above prayer. You've already matched Paulus, I've heard, she says, without hiding her jealousy. Go and speak with our headwoman. She'll reward your help. Oh, okay. That's good, at least. Digger. She wants me to open the tunnel. How do I open the tunnel? Can you tell me about Cassia? Farewell. The village headwoman. Follow. I believe Paulus and Marina have already talked with you. Right. You work for us. Now I can tell you of my neighbors to overlook the usual fees or duties they'd ask of you. Do you need anyone's help? Do I have access? No, I don't. Maybe 5 free repairs for my Gambison? Maybe free baths and laundry? Oh, I see. If you do things for Gale, they give you the option to do whatever you want. I need a free room where I could spend the nights. Maybe some free baths and laundry? You know, Akela helps us with water. And he can ask someone to wash your clothes. His work has him walking around the entire village. But look for him on the eastern bank, close to the pier. Any thoughts? She doesn't trust me enough to give me any work. Farewell. The fishers are nowhere in sight. The gatekeeper. What was his name again? Journal. Humans. Quintus claims that she's the one who forced him to stay on his post. According to Foggy, she became the leader of local bandits after they faced some sort of tragedy. Yes. According to the druid from the cave, Glossia listens only to force and looks for ways to display her own superiority. Eudocia is afraid of her. She feels deep hatred towards the undead of White Marshes. Right. Ever worked with her? Okay. I'm looking for Asterion. Right. Beep, 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 boop, boop. Oh yes, I can go over here and talk to the man about the quest. I wash myself in the ocean. Yes. I pack my things. I approach the pier. I head to the fishers. Cassia? He's not willing to... About the rock. What does your daughter think about all this? What does she think? He looks as if you're mad and glances at the nearby fisher. She'd be heartbroken to realize she's spellless. I won't tell her unless I have no other way. She's merely a child. I'm doing what's best for her. This sounds like a very unusual healing attempt. If you ask any herbalists, maybe a priest. Have you heard about the previous Roadwarden, Asterion? You nod. In spring, I sent him to one of the greatest mages in the peninsula, some druid. I think, and that old prick told me there was nothing he could do. You hear that? And I had paid the messenger to learn this. He squeezes his cloak even tighter. We have no herbalists here, but since the spirit rocks are safe, I'd spend my last coins for such a chance and then try nothing and regret it. Okay, fair enough. I think what you're asking may be risky. Eudocia that the stone will likely kill any shell that it can't hold the stone's pneuma. She said this after he clears his throat and he squeezes the monster's beak on his chest and his courage returns. And you have spoken with her and you know she's crazy. Instead of chatting with people, just bring you out and paying you for her. Okay. I could look for people who have something to say about this. I mean, if he wants to be stubborn, then it is his prerogative. Then again, morals. Oh, helping people can be so difficult. Okay, so... I'll tell you when I have the spirit rock. You know, let's quick save and see what happens. About the spirit rock. I have one. Oh wow, 15. Yeah, good, Roadwarden. I'll give you... I'll just grab after a few minutes. Ooh. And... Ooh. I'm not sure about this. Helps you in luck-based games. Yay, I have average gambling experience. That's how gambling works. Hedging your bets is so on and so forth. Journal. Help others. I helped a few people finding or rejecting their match. I helped Eudocia spread her rods. I guess I won't find out, but I will have the ability to quick load. This one, 1122, so... Why does Cassie annoy you? See you later. Traveling? I am a dirty boy. Time for me to go to the creeks and see what they... are talking about in here. Approach the shallow creek. Wash myself, yes. I step away. Carpenter, about the eastern path. Made a deal, her sentinels are going to look at the roads. Aha. I restored the brook. I knew the place. I don't think we're going to see that many wagons going through there in the next few seasons, but it must have been quite a few hours of work for a single shell, and quite close to the beasts. You realize he's not as much addressing you as thinking out loud while reaching in the wooden case. True. Yada yada, please. I'll let you know if there's anything else. See you later. Hunter, about the hunters. I didn't examine it, but I'm almost sure I saw a Vasher's shell. He explained that the shell was in the deep woods, in an area where you'd heard that they were heading, and they were beyond help. He interrupts your tale with many times, but having little knowledge to spare, you can't satisfy his curiosity. I guess all I have is your word. Yes. Tell you if I find anything. I walk away. I need supplies? No, I don't. Oh my god, I am a rich man. Travel and sleep in Foggy Lake. Time to sleep. Sleeping. Wait. Plenty of space and many furs, and the staff will help you take care of your mount's filth. Sleep. What, do I get to just sleep in the attic for free? That's sick. Sleep. Someday I'll go back to White Marshes and warn them that I am ostracizing their destruction. Or, I guess planning would be the word. Orchestrating, that's the word, not ostracizing. Orchestrating their demise. Listening to the grunts of the annoyed Kit Kat makes you feel uneasy. Right. Map. To the creeks. It's time for me to go. I cannot lead you further. Oh, this in my heart, this truth I know. I bid you all farewell. Consider this a vacancy. About the Eastern Path. I'm ready to help you with the fallen tree. Gather folks for the woodcutting, he orders the children and waves to the adults. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Right, just food, friend. She's looking at you with excitement, moving her hips to an inaudible melody. Hot sun wheels light as a feather, no need to hunt in the woods. Just in case, I keep my axe, because you never go into the woods unarmed. I always grab my trusty metal chair whenever I explore the woods, just in case. You always need a weapon. It doesn't take long for the sounds of wheels and boots to cut through the songs of birds and insects. Your loud journey is accompanied not just by sounds of trampled and kicked rocks, but also by the conversation of the woodcutters, who are spread around without many worries. He joins you with an excited look and light steps, shaking the wolf's head. Don't worry, friend. You may be here to protect us, but my destiny is to keep you breathing to the very end. And what happens after the end? There may never be one, or we may not see it coming. His tone is cheerful as he glances at the humble caravan, but don't worry, I have a feeling a good day is ahead of us. You move past the tavern and head south, where you encounter Liliandru and Tzvi, the foragers. They move through the meadows with long sticks in hand and baskets on their backs, seeking food in the meadows, while also scaring away any potential snakes. Once they notice your expedition, they run up to the road, where the larger man asks the others about their health and days. After a few minutes, they reach you and Ephron. You look both like a flock of vagabonds and a squad of guards. And with all these axes and spears, says Islander. Weird to see you all in one place without the walls to hide you, crude as they are. This catches my interest. How's today's hunt going? Ilililulilalin, careful as usual, reaches for his throwing club and makes a slow throw-like gesture as his polished and lacquered weapon shines in the sun. Hey, a blue grouse didn't have a chance, Tzvi scoffs. Aye, on a third try. But his companion ignores it. And we have a few snake eggs. A good dinner awaits us. After that, they mostly speak with Ephron about the mouflon he recently delivered to them, and turn back before you get to the stone statue, wishing you a safe journey. It's nice to see that people are relaxed. I continue to chit-chat with the hunter. Yes, it's important for people to relax. I wouldn't want anybody from the creeks to die. Oh, I might get ambushed by Clausia. Who knows what will happen here? The further away you get from the foraging ground, the more quiet the tribesfolk grow. The hours of wayfaring are getting to your legs. And the atmosphere grows tense as some of your weaker companions are asking to be pulled on the carts for at least a few minutes. Ephron looks behind, then at you. Yeah, ever sing and hovleven during work. His words are so loud you have no doubt the rest of the group heard them as well. We remember the tunes from before the war. The city folk find strength when they hear the tales from the 10 cities. It'll be easier to show us than to describe it. And you recognize Shoshi's voice. Having a little breath to spare, you can't be sure your voice reaches the last row of the expedition, but you do your best to portray the Emperor Adir and the fresh pork and bread he brought to the tribes. It balances between solemnity and playfulness, and portrays a realm that has its worst days behind it. Once you're done, the tribesfolk don't say much until the woman with a big axe gets to your row and pats you on the back, and starts her own song that turns out to be an almost identical tune, yet the lyrics have almost nothing in common. It's now a tale that indeed includes pork and bread, but they are just two of the many foods that are now referencing that are now referencing either shell parts or sexual acts. Ah! She keeps smiling throughout the entire tune and rests her hand on your shoulder. Some of the other wayfarers either laugh or sing along, and you hear two people clapping to the rhythm. And for a bit we move forward with our arms around each other's backs. Oh boy! Ah. "We can eat here," declares the hunter as you approach the watchtower. "We can eat here." And asks the people behind him to spread the news. The carts and travelers gather in the middle of the crossroads, forming a defensive circle, while some of the folks unpack food rations. Before you sit down on the grass, Ephron hands you a large pear and asks you to follow him. Once he gets to the broken door of the watchtower, he reaches for one of the planks and tries to move it. "What? Shag me, that's bad news. Now a bear can move in." He pushes it and gets inside, looking around, and it's swarming already. He crosses the room and observes the furniture, especially the rotting barrels. "We're here for the tree, so we won't waste strength here. If you can, friend, try to get rid of, he points to a few large cockroaches. "If there's one spot on the eastern path we need most, it's this one, if you understand." Right. Some of the tribe's folk wander a bit further away, searching for the tall grasses for foods. The overgrown path twists between the hills and bushes. "This route has issues much larger than the fallen tree." Your companion's voice is tired and quiet. "In 2, maybe 3 more years, and it will be safer to block it completely." Both of you reach for your blades when a sudden cry from down the road. It resembles an ape, a young troll, or a human tormented by visions. It lasts for a few breaths and ends as abruptly as it started, but it isn't followed by any attack or even footsteps. "Stay here." I crawl my way up a hill and observe the area through the shrubs. You push away the leaves and once again hear the cry. It comes from one of the goblins gathered at the side of the road, none of which looks in your direction. Their thick furs and shades of brown and black make you realize that you've encountered the very same pack in this area before. Most of them stand still and in silence, either on all fours or using their crude sticks and clubs to remain upright. 2, however, are hitting the ground with their fists and shaking the empty shell of yet another goblin, an elder covered with grey fur, whose upper half is leaning against a tree, while the bottom half is a few feet away in a puddle of blood. The guts spilling out of its stomach don't suggest a promising diagnosis. Oh boy. We get back to Ephron, who's too focused on his cudgel to adjust the tilted wolf's head. "So?" A small pack of goblins is too stupid to realize their leader is dead. A goblin, more than a dozen, they're mourning their dead leader. "Thrice been whaling. I didn't know they cared. I mean, they get caught by beasts as often as we do." He then frowns as if his words make him unsure, but after he shakes his head and adjusts his hat, his confident self returns. "Well, there's more of them among the trees keeping watch. Let's gather a fair group of fighters and strike them first." It would be good to dismantle these vagabonds and creeps. Let's go kill them. Once everyone's ready, the battle takes not even a minute. The hunters, foragers, and woodcutters may not be experienced soldiers, but their light equipment allows them to get close to the pack. And once they've noticed, their long, sharp spears and axes make their charge devastating. A few of the beasts, unaware of the scale of the threat, die before they can even land a single hit, while the rest of them drop whenever they were holding and disappear among the leaves, too nimble for any human to catch up with them. A few of the tribe's folk are searching the area, removing goblin tusks from their jaws and pushing the corpses deeper into the bushes so that they won't get caught in the wheels. Ephron takes a look at the weapons, but decides only to keep what seems like a human-made axe head and a rusty dagger. "Their fur smell like shit." He considers handing you the dagger, but you realize its worth is negligible. "Oh, if it needs some extra work, I'll tell Ella to pay you another dragon bone once we're back." And orders his people to tell the carts and wagons to regroup, and you step away from the blood that reaches your boots slowly. and make sure no one gets left behind. Well, it's not so bad, says Shoshi, as you reach the falling tree. It's thin, and we can surround it. The workers divide the tools and use the carts and wagons to form a barricade, expanding that they'll move them once again when it comes to loading the timber on them. You prepare your own belongings, and you notice that the tribe awaits your command. Right. A broken wagon is the first task, and it's removed. You use the crags and observe the area, yada yada. I miss sitting in a saddle. Quest completed, the fallen tree. Beautiful. The saws and axes split the tree in a few spots at once, while the less experienced members of the group trim the branches and carry loads of wood, until they're asked to replace the exhausted woodcutters. Then the work slows down, but never stops, and while the constant noise finally lures the presence of a small dragon... it's walking on 4 legs, each one as large as a human. Seeing your large group makes it turn back, even though it would most likely be unable to we would most likely be unable to pierce through its skin. After another few hours, one has enough fortitude to start another conversation. Once the cart and wagons are ready, the crew demands half an hour break. Ooh, bully. Dearie me. The road back is rough. The heavy blocks of wood require the dragging crew to take turns every few minutes. You and Ephraim sit down at the stream bank, observing the water. Let's hope we reach the tavern before nightfall, he states simply. You're so exhausted that seeking an answer takes you a bit of time. Yeah, look at the workers. You look like you could use a better bridge. Maybe one made of wood. And keeping it fixed would take many dangerous journeys. I'd rather seek a proper bridge made of stone, but the folks at Old Pagos haven't made one in however long they've been around. He leans back, putting the weight of his back into his arms and observing the darkening sky. So maybe one day, when we have enough savings to buy the materials ourselves... Once you're all ready for the rest of the journey, you don't feel like getting on your feet. 5 dragons, huh? I mutter. There we go, we're back at Foggy's. Good. Foggy and her crew welcome you at the gate. With their few tables, benches, and chairs, move outside the palisade, inviting everyone to sit down and eat. Though more than half of the crew has to sit down on the wagons, 2 of the foragers refuse the meal, instead laying on the soft grass. You get a bowl of warm stew, heavy in fat, with snake eggs placed on top. Tavern keeper approaches you and Ephraim. It may be dark, but you feel as if she's covering you with a devouring shadow. Well, loves, how's the road? Worth the effort? Ooh, I get fed. Delightful. While the hunter sighs, too tired to say a word, you indulge her appetite for gossip. You describe what you've seen, and as she scratches her large chin, she seems unsure of what to say. So the real gloom is behind the tower. But even before, we'd need more work. You chit-chat until Ephraim starts to wake up with the napping workers with his boot. I smile at her. No time to waste, I guess. We are back at the creeks. The entire day has been spent. Saved! A woman with a big axe crosses the gorge with laughter, and the expedition leaves the carts and wagons in front of the bridge. Seeing how dark it is, you're not surprised to learn the unloading will occur after dawn. Not like anyone's going to steal it, says one of the foragers. No, everyone makes sure to take the remaining food rations. We were lucky, but let's not tempt the beasts, says the hunter. The rest of the tribe welcomes your group from the open gate, and relieved laughter fills the little village. You seem surprised to learn that no one got seriously wounded. Ella and Ephraim share a brief embrace, but the carpenter doesn't hesitate to mention the hunter's smell. You realize you also need a long bath. It's true. If they betray me now, I'll kill them all! The carpenter reaches for a lit torch and asks you to follow him. I meant to pay you one more dragon. So be it. I'll pay you 4 times as much for keeping everyone safe. You did a good job, friend. He opens the wooden cask and down the pieces of bone. Tell me, Bodingus, what do you think? How's the road? You now know how a merchant may feel on it. It's empty but beautiful. Could be worse. Oh, I bet. Managed to make the eastern path safer. He pats his stomach and pushes the coins towards you. It's just the beginning, but so far I've no doubt we're moving in the right direction. I'm a bit tired. I wait patiently. The carpenter pauses for a long while and starts to draw an invisible map on the workbench with his figures, muttering to himself, Yes. And he says slowly, You've already done more on the road than I've expected, friend, I dare say. More than any outsider in this generation. And the tribe can take it from here. He reaches for something resting on a log beneath the table, then turns towards you. I've already received your pay, but maybe you'd like to take a hair pelt as a gift. Foggy doesn't need it, but you'll get a dragon or 2 for it in another village. You take a look at the fine fur and roll it into a more mobile shape. Seeing how Ella observes you, you tell him just to ask. I can't figure out what pushed you to be this much of a help to us, friend. I know some of the things you've seen were just on your path, but others took a true risk. It's just what a Roadwarden ought to do. It's my job. Creeks is a lovely place. I hope it succeeds. His proud smile is followed by a victorious stance. It's one of a kind, eh? And living here is only going to get better. I'll put my whole life into making sure of that. He rests one hand on his stomach and reaches out to you with the other one. Come here another spring or later. You'll see a real change in the peninsula. I shake his hand. I'm sure I will. Quest completed. The Eastern Path. Journal updated. Explore the peninsula. So much progress has been made. And look at... In only 14 days, I've managed to progress 10 times more than I did in my previous playthrough. Isn't that amazing? His large hand is calloused, and even the brief touch is enough to notice the cuts and chopped off skin. Signs of his amateurish labor. I doubt you'll find much more to do on this route, but if I turn out to be wrong, let me know. He then sits down on the stool and looks at his tools with a big smile. I have no additional progress with the Eastern Path. It's too late to start working on a lantern. Yes, indeed. I will see you later. I walk away. Right, time to go back to the lake. You ride by a patrol from Creeks that's escorting a cart loaded with timber. They greet you politely, mentioning the growing safety on the roads. As you ride further, you notice the fresh coat of pebbles covering the muddier scraps of the trail, and trimmed shrubs and cleared-cut tufts of grass. From now on, it should be easier to cross the path between Foggy Lake and the village. Finally, the locals are waking up. Finally. Alright. I enter the tavern. I need to buy something. I don't need... Oh, I am a very, very rich man. So rich that I don't know what to do with all of it. Alright. Sleep. Slumber. Sleep. Beautiful video game. It rewards me for my efforts. The Numa is strong. I don't need the fog's touch. I stay inside, hoping there are no curses carried by the fog. I could also speak with Tulia. Maybe she'll be willing to head to the city earlier. I don't want to head to the city earlier. Feed me. I have 0 meals left. Right. Which place? No, I don't... Oh yeah, actually, haven't heard of such a place. You haven't heard of the hideout? Steep House. Let's see. Tell me what happened there. Steep House, aye. It keeps coming back to me. The poor little place. Those ruins used to be our richest village in the north. Place so close to the pass through Hog Hills. Perfect for traders and travellers. Her eyes show sorrow. They cared about the southern road unlike the hunters from the Pelt. They farmed, looked after the forest garden, and yet she looks away and puts a thumb on her scarred lips. They would have done better spending their dragons on the proper wall, not that pitiful palisade of theirs. They were inviting monsters. Very unfortunate. It's time for me to go. Right. So, what can I do now? Oh yes. Since I have magic rocks, I can, by all means... Actually, I can go back to the pier and see what happened there. See if the guy's daughter died. Actually, yeah, I can go check that. Did she explode? I approach the pier. I head to the fishers. How is Phoebe doing? She's the same as she was yesterday and the day before. Ah, he avoids your eyes. Don't ask me anymore outside there. I don't want to think about the time she's going to ask me why she's broken. Okay. I guess it was more worthwhile to just sell him the stuff. I wash myself in the ocean. I pack my things. 2 Gale Rocks. What was the guy's name? I forgot. Washer. Yeah, they don't find them. Soap? Nope. Please tell me they were in my human journal? Nope, no they weren't. Because they aren't important enough to be on the human journal. I should have saved it as a note. I forgot that there's notes. Oh, how unfortunate. Even in the second playthrough, the game is still kicking my ass. Village head woman. Goodbye. Was it Alius? I don't remember. What was their name? Water boy. Fisher. You're told that Photios and other fishers spend long hours at the beach in the north. Okay. Washing. How do I do the washing? Clean? No. Cleaner? Janitor? Washer? Nope. Priest. The first person you speak with, a young cooper on the brink of adulthood, tells you to follow him to the western bank. Our priest vanished when I was merely little. She holds her hand to the weight of her chest. But my family still prays at the temple every midday. It's one of the oldest caves in the village, she says with unmasked pride. You move past the thatched shed, the smelly kitchen around the fortified hill, approaching the humble orchard. It's a training ground for fighters. The locals scowl at me when I ask about Asterion. They don't like... quick load. Right, okay, that was a waste of time. Dr. Freeman. Is it really that time again? Let's go. New day, new me. Let's go to the peat fields. Check what's out there. An outraged shout of birds fills the bogs. What can you sell me? Oh yes, I can actually buy stuff from him. Poisonous yellow... Yes. Buy. I have emptied out your entire inventory. Can you tell me about snakebait? I need to meet with Orentius. What? Ugh. Take a coin, you fool. White marshes. What goes on in the white marshes? Approach Valens. I have some supplies I don't need. Oh, yes! I forgot. Helvius. Have you ever met Cassia? It would anger Glossia, but to help me earn his trust, I know where the highwayman's hideout is. Have some wares to sell. Yes, deal. I could betray Glossia, but at the same time I kind of like... It's betraying myself as well, because I wanted to become head priest of the necromancers, but at the same time I feel like they should just... Considering that these shells don't have... Well, it is... Okay, so the way the undead work in this game in particular is that Numa is spirit life energy, and it is basically the soul. And when things die, Numa can inhabit the bodies and animate them back to life, and they basically attack anything and are essentially base instinct creatures, because Numa, even though it is a soul, it can't control a body in the same way because it's been deceased and decayed. So ultimately it's actually spirits trapped in bodies that they cannot control. And wizards are, these guys are using blood magic to control them, because blood is as thick as Parmesan, I don't know. But ultimately, they're not really true, sentient, thinking, breathing, feeling undead like yours truly. So I feel like I shouldn't relate to them. Would it be a betrayal to myself? I mean, they're not really undead. They're more like hosts that are being controlled and puppeteered, and it's more of a risk. So I am going to forsake my previous objective in favor of a new one, burning this place to the ground. Haha. Don't need none of this here. So, farewell, fool. I am going to save scum some more. Haha. Travel to the peat fields. I'm going to buy everything off of you, you coward, bully, cad, and thief. Buy, buy, buy. Yes, everything is mine. Travel. Right. Oh yes, I can go and talk about the poor dead family of Eudocia in Old Pagos. What time is it? It is time. The road is still covered with the pebblers' leftovers, as well as the leaves. Let's hope the locals... Yada yada. Pebblers. Tell me. I met Quintus. He's okay. Any hunters from the creeks? I tell them about the druid's plan. Try to tell them everything I know. Yada yada. Fine. They don't trust me enough to help me with awakening the altar. She doesn't trust me enough to say anything about the other villages. Thank you, Warden. Okay, I'm a dirty boy. It's time for me to take a shower. Go to the dell. I'm not going to betray Glossia, because I need Glossia to burn White Marshes to the ground. I'm broke! Go to those druids. Walk past them. Take a closer look. Let's not waste any more time. Never met a Starian. Tell me about your faith. I'd like to hear your teachings. I see. What does it mean to be a druid? How do you feel about other religions? Right's followers have their tablets. How about you? Let's change the topic. Theus thinks you should know about the plague. Thanks. Why do you speak for the entire group? I'm looking for a healer. What's your state on necromancy? Theus hopes to start negotiations with the Merchant Guild. What are your thoughts? When a bear enters your house, you do not scream at it. Shut up. Right. Taylor! Taylor. I need Taylor. Taylor, give me Taylor. Right. Oh yes, not only can I tailor, I can also buy a fancy robe. Talk about the fancy clothes. I can actually spend all my money on a fancy dress. Good for a socialite or a diplomat. You would look like a merchant. Takes 2 days of work. I would rather get the fancy tunic. I can't spend that much, I'm sorry, it's just too much. So I'll take a fancy tunic instead. Clothes aren't ready yet. She takes my measurements and does some other stuff, I guess. Right. What time is it? Oh, I have run out of time. And yet... Good luck. Traveling on. I still don't know what's up with this rock slide. Silly little rock slide. Takes me an hour to travel so I can see that I have nothing to do there. Enter the main square. Mayor! What do you think about the scavenger who was here before? Ah, he's still alive, she says with disdain. He brought us some news from the north and paid his debt to us, but he's an idler and a prattler. Drinks too. Oh, I see what happens, because I didn't find the scavenger. Eudocia the Enchantress seems to be addicted to snake bait. Oh. I thought it's more of a fighter's thing that her maybe I'll be able to generously help her with supplies. Oh god. That's all. I could use some work. Oh. She sighs with relief and gestures for you to follow her to the creek. The light dances on the surface and conveniently camouflages. I have a perfect task for someone of your trade. Behind our northern gate, you'll find a road. It leads to a coastal beach that used to be occupied by our fishers, hit by a cold gust of wind. She adjusts her cape, covering her neck. That hamlet allows us to watch the sea, and every 10 days we had as many fish and crabs as we desired without the grace of the villagers in the north. However, an earthquake led to a rock slide. Oh, so that's what the rock slide is for. We weren't ready to clear it. Now, almost a decade later, the route is too unknown for us to risk long journeys. I allow her. Her gentle hand is as light as a leaf. The druids have convinced my people to accept the way it is, the will of the wilderness. She smells of roses. But enough time has passed, the roads grow desolate, and we need to put our trust in ourselves. Help me clear the pass, and my neighbors will follow us. If not because of their ideals, it is because of their stomachs. As she steps away, her fingers stroke your neck gently. The more time we spend on the road, the more monsters will hunt us. With your palfrey, you can save us from the dangers. Help me retrieve the hamlet, and you'll prove to me that you're a friend of Howler's Dell. Start by riding the buried pass, and see if there's any lairs there that could need our interference. You're asking for a lot. Oh, but there will be coin, of course. She returns to her chair. 5 for helping us clear the pass. 5 for letting me know what you've learned about the hamlet. Another 3. I have to fight. I've already been to the Collapsed Mountain Pass. She rests her chin on the back of her hand and listens patiently to your story, and taps on the table once you mention the buried rags. None of us were there on the day of the earthquake, and whatever corpses may be there have surely been awoken by the fogs by now. She straightens up. It's still better than a wyvern or a lair of harpies. The plan stays the same. You'll take 20 diggers and guards and escort them to the rock slide. Your job is to keep them alive and well. She looks at the sky. It may take many hours, even an entire day, so you should start in the morning. And get in the first place to share your payment once you clear the pass. That is perfect, because I can sleep and do the thing. I'm going to take care of it. Thank you for your time. The innkeeper. What are my rations looking like? I need them. I need rations. Feed me. Right. Thank you. Sleep. Slumber and quail. I am a bit frail. Yes, I need a shower. Right. Leave the square. To the tailor. I'm here to pick up my clothes. You received fancy outfit. I have achieved glory. You receive much better prices and open many doors. You're clean and tidy. You seem healthy. You have a fancy outfit. Oh, this makes me feel so good about myself. It's beautiful. Look, all my stats are maximum. My power is maximumer. Beautiful. Right. So, I tell some workers to gather at the gate. It's time to get to the rock slide. Quick save. You approach a few guards and ask them to help you with the diggers. Yada yada yada. Ask the guards to open the gate. Let it no longer be closed. Look at this. Thanks to me, the eastern path just got a bit safer. I fixed an old ford leading to the heart of the forest. Yes. Look at me, I am absolutely all-powerful. As you get closer to the hills, your companions lower their voices. One of the guards tells stories about the local goblin packs, without hiding any gory details. Her playful tone makes others carefully look around. Keeping the diggers on their toes could be a good thing. Look out for harpies also. The guard finishes one more of her tales, looking with a smirk at the workers. That's right. You chip in. That's why we need to keep our eyes open. Threats may hide in the rocks and clouds and beneath our feet. All right, last. So I've got our backs. Now lower your voices. It's not because any... Let's not cause any more landslides. What do you call a pack of sheep rolling down a hill? A landslide. Hilarious. The diggers put on their leather gloves and grab the tools. They don't need you to provide further directions. One of the older men, whose arms are covered with healed claw marks, assigns tasks and roles. The guards take place on both sides of the rock slide, as well as above it. Finally, as the first sound of the pickaxe cuts through the sky, the overseer turns towards you. He stands silent for a moment, looking uncomfortable with the idea of ordering you around. I know it will be tiring, but I'll join the others in clearing the road. You take off your gambeson and prepare your own pair of gloves, telling the guards to take care of Kit Kat. The overseer tells you to gather the loose rocks and put them in the wooden wheelbarrow. The workers are not eager to engage in idle chat. They breathe heavily and speak only when necessary, coordinating their efforts. It's going to be a rough couple of hours, but we will persevere. Ooh, that's not as bad as I thought. I was expecting my food to go empty. The hours pass. Such work feels refreshing after all the days spent in the saddle. The overseer was right to let you take care of one of the lighter tasks. Your arms get tired quickly. It's time for a break. Everyone leaves their tools where they stand, then sit on the flat boulders. They take out their food rations and start to talk about their plans. Let's be chatty with the people. You sit among the chatting workers. The four loudest ones are happy to remain in the center of attention. Their friendly banter is casual, but difficult for you to follow. They keep referencing names and places that mean nothing to you, and many of their jokes are related to more or less casual romances. The mischievous laughter of the other folks makes you think about Hovlaven, harbor workers. who eat similar pies made of dough, poultry, and onion. Once the meal is finished, the conversation turns towards the remaining work, as well as the hopes they have for the fishing hamlet. The overseer clears his throat, stands up, and addresses you. So far, nae corpse. He rubs his scars with a grunt. But there was a boot, aye. Maybe that leg walked away on its own. Better grab your axe. We'll strike as soon as we see it walking or not. You ready? Time to use those spears you brought. Tell your people to form a circle. Just leave it to me and the guards. Just leave it to me and the guards, I reckon. Confident, aye. Yeah, I've got maximum pneuma, well, not maximum, but I feel pretty confident. Get yourself killed. Witchcraft is witchcraft. And his relieved voice betrays his words. Right now, he gestures for everyone to stand up and gather around him. Do not move more than 2 rocks at once. Anyone hears anything or sees a bone, stop whatever you're doing and shout. You do not need no adventurers. I took that personally. The workers move slowly, breaking, pushing, and carrying away the rocks. The tension is palpable, but since all of them work at once, the progress is good enough. Stand by, ready to strike. Time passes slowly until one of the workers calls for help and you hear a couple of huge rocks fall to the ground. The workers run, and in one case crawl away from the moving human bones. There's no soul between you and it. Though the guards are close and you catch the glimpse of a moving spearhead, you pull out your axe. Hold your positions! You stand with a raised weapon, observing the moving creature. Its whitish skull is cracked, and the thin arms, held together only by pneuma, are reaching out towards you. It doesn't utter as much as a shout, and its empty eye sockets are like an abyss. An abyss, I say. The crowd observes the creature, at first with frightened gasps, then in silence. After a couple of heartbeats, the overseer points at the corpse. The bloody bonehead has no legs! The shock loses its grasp. One of the guards pokes the undead with a spear before it manages to catch the weapon. It gets hit once, twice, and maybe many more times until it stops moving. The loose bones scatter around. The first chuckle is followed by bursts of laughter. An old digger looks at you with a smile. Scary, I almost ran away. Sure was. The undead didn't even have its hips, and was lucky to sit in an upward position. Was this wretch buried by the tree, or did it get trapped after it died here? Wonders one of the guards, and the digger responds by spitting on the ground. Let's hope no one is stupid enough to burn their dead. The hesitant workers try to stay away. I just realized, because of the way this game works, people don't need to have mass graves and burials, and the concept of burying the dead does not exist because you need to burn the corpses because they turn into zombies. I love this world. The world of Roadwarden is so enticing, and I am extremely happy that I got to experience this game and its world. It's chef's kiss. Had I lips or hands to gesture. The hesitant workers try to stay away from the bones, but then the overseer kicks the skull away, sparking another wave of laughter. He cups his head around his mouth. No, there may be another one. Yeah. And its legs must still be kicking. Grab your tools, you don't have more than an hour ahead of us. He turns towards you and nods politely. You know how to get rid of a corpse on the road. What do you do now? The dead deserve dignity. Hey, hard to argue with that. Take 5 souls with you. He rubs his hands together, then raises his voice and starts to assign new tasks. Cutting down branches with simple stone axes takes quite a bit of time. You take your tinder box and gather at an old dry bow standing in the middle of a meadow and cover it with broken twigs and bones. After a moment of silence, you step away from the burning remains. Without a word, your companions observe the unusual pyre for another minute. I move back to the entrance. At least there are no other undead in sight. Ooh, look at that. As the end of the digger's work gets closer, they grow tired and annoyed, which starts a few squabbles. The overseer has none of it, forcing them to focus. It doesn't take long before the pass is cleared. In silence, the workers remove their gloves, clean their chests with water, and gather the tools. I prepare a Kit Kat for the rest of the journey. Ooh, look at that. A group of harpies follows your steps, but after half an hour they give up on you, seeing that you remain in large numbers. Your return trip is safe, and the workers cheer up quickly. I keep an eye on our surroundings, just in case. Ah, the beautiful hamlet. Your loud expedition gets noticed long before you reach the gates, and the villagers gather by the open gate. The parents welcome their children, the siblings and their friends mock the presumed cowardice of their equals, and the kids ask for stories. For many of the members of your group, it was the first time that they truly left their homes. Since no soul approaches me, I ride through the empty village and lead Kit Kat to the stables. As you're crossing the first bridge, a guard greets you with a smile. Our mayor will wait for you in the usual spot. She's glad to see that you're safe. You lead your mount to the haystack, and as you loosen up the saddle, yet another person shows up behind you. This time, it's the man with a large club whom you previously met on your path to the priests. Though this time he's wearing sandals. You're summoned by Elpis, a speaker of the forest, he states solemnly, and you should see her right away. Sure. He nods. We'll see, traveler, we'll see. What do you want, Druidess? The building site hasn't changed much since the last day of your visit. The druids are nowhere to be seen, but before you approach the doors, Elpis walks outside, followed by a few other elders. I was asked to speak with you about the rock slide. She looks at the nearby workers, even though they are engaged in their own tasks. She lowers her voice. And 'tis a good thing that you came here first. She spares you a polite nod. The hamlet should stay as it is. Hulla's dale needs no growth. Her shoulders relax if there's nothing more to add. If you expect me to lie, I need to hear your offer. Her eyes shine, lively as lightning. We do not trade, strangers. We do not beg, do not bribe, do not promise. We give what is deserved and what needs to be done. If your shell is not empty, you'll know what's right. Tell me more. Our people need no more gluttony, no more opulence, no creature can even... Thesis belongs to Havleven. What? Give her what she wants now and she'll be weakened. When the day of hardship comes, she'll nae have enough strength to accept it. So it's just politics. There isn't even a wild spirit to be afraid of? Disgusting. I need your services. Oh. My outfit is perfect, thank you. Go to the main square. Trader Akakios. How's your daughter? She's fine. Brought her back first lizard, and thanks to me. Looking for flowers. I'll take it. I bought some snakebait. I bring goods to sell. Gives you a long look. In creeks! What did I say? His long fingers brush the hair of the dead creature. I'd learning. We buy furs from pelt, but 7 rings? Yes. Yes. I am rich again. The reality is, I could have bought the fancy robe, but I am a coward. Haha. I pack my things. What do you have for sale? I could buy the... Oh, that's all I have? 19? I guess I did spend all of them, so that kind of makes sense. What's this? Oh yes, I have snakebait. Dave? Do I want to buy his beautiful axe? I do, but at the same time I would like to have spare change, and that axe is expensive. Nah, 14 is too much. I'm sorry. I walk away. The mayor! About the fishing hamlet. The road is clear. I wish you'd come to me right away instead of opening your ears to Elpis. Her red lips keep wearing her usual smile, but the green eyes match the fury of her tone. She's getting meddlesome. Watch out for what she tries to sell you. Before you get a chance to answer, she straightens up. Don't let me wait any longer. Hit me with the good news, Bodingus. After you mention the undead, she stops herself from shedding tears of laughter. A skeleton with no legs? That must be a good sign. Still chuckling, her hand reaches to her belt, from which she unpins a leather pouch. You've done well. Our work isn't finished yet, but we're close, so close. She picks 5 dragon bones and pushes them towards you, holding each one with a separate finger. Time for me to search the hamlet. What is this nightmarish trick? You read my soul, Bodingus. Pay close attention to what you'll find. She rubs her pale hands and starts to count down on her pale fingers. How many cabins are still standing? Are there any lairs nearby? Any signs of vagabonds? Soul-eating mold? Broken walls? The more you learn, the better. Right. Eric shows up with a plate of red radishes, salted, roasted, and cut into slices. He invites you both to help yourselves, but before he leaves, Theas grabs his hand and looks into his eyes. They smile at each other without a word. After a few heartbeats, she turns towards you. I don't really know your plans, Bodingus. Are you planning to stay here in the north, maybe find a family? Yes. Yes, I do. Yes, actually, I think I'll look for a new home here. The innkeep nods politely. The peninsula could use a regular warden. Before he finishes his thought, his wife chips in. Too bad, we can't really squeeze a new house into our village, but I'm sure you'll find plenty of empty huts in the north. He gives her a surprised glance, but then nods towards you and heads back to the inn. Theas gives you a polite smile. I bring news. I don't bring news. Thank you for your time. Nope, still 40. Oh yeah, I have 24 now, so I could actually afford the axe now. I'm going to afford the axe now. I now have a sick axe. A brand new battle axe, a steel axe that you purchased in Howler's Dell. It's as sharp as can be, well balanced and light. Beautiful. Axes made of metals or alloys are among the most common weapons used by travelers. While most axes that you've trained with had larger, heavier heads, you get used to the feel very quickly. After some practice, you'll be able to rely on it just fine. You possess a fancy outfit. Right. So, I have a lot of time, so I can go. Nothing for now. Leave the square. Quick save. Traveling. A part of the map that I never knew existed. The longer you follow the corridor of hills, the more darting the harpies get, observing you as they lower their flight. For now, there's 5 of them. They're fluttering, bat-like, yada yada. I'm ready to face them. I'm going to beat the shit out of them. I grab my wand. You focus on channeling the direction of the Numa, then push an invisible wave onto the beast mid-flight, making it crash into the rocks. Without so much as a gasp, it rolls down the hill. Hell yeah. I take a swing and let the beasts get closer. You find comfort in the rhythm dictated by your palfrey, but you'll struggle to protect both of you, not to mention trying to push away the onslaught. You have to use your axe to scare away anything reaching Kit Kat's eyes. I don't have a shield. I didn't know that's an option. I'm too weak to stay on the offense. Oh. I'll cover my head with... I've got no tricks to help me here. Fuck. A beast grabs your arm, but isn't strong enough to hurt you before you cut through one of their necks. The others let you be, exchanging sad glances, and they land there next to their wounded allies. After not even half an hour, you hear a sound of the sea. Finally! Ah, this place has been destroyed. Okay. The coast is a mixture of green and grey, with sands already covered by the water. The waves hit the land fiercely, but can't put an end to the screeching of seagulls. The signs of human presence are fading away. The grasses overgrow the path. The palisade and building are already collapsing. The lonely tree, still bearing signs of human pruning, is unkempt and wild. You see no smoke or lights. I keep Kit Kat close. There may be something hidden behind a rock. Ooh, bully. In the north you find tall rocks sticking out of the land like fingers of a buried troll. The southern brook hides even more grasses and shrubs, which end with yet another rock face. There are no obvious obstacles that would block you from entering the village, but there is also not enough space to look around the wall. I go north to the shore. The further north you go, the more the grass gets replaced by sand. You walk by dozens of rocks, many of which are much larger than you, or even 2 or 3 people standing on top of each other. The land reaching from this point to the distant steep cliff is desolate. One could bring here a treasure, bury it under any of those silent sentinels, and never find it again. I cross the brook. The area is surrounded by cliffs, like an antechamber in a palace. The meadow here is modest, but still lengthy enough for Kit Kat to enjoy it. You count the tree stumps and boughs, then realize that this lay is but a dead shell of a lush copse. A clearing left behind by the settlers. A single shrub is still alive, too weak to withstand the sun and winds all by itself. You think of the roots spreading beneath your boots, now dead and rotting. Go to the shore. Oh, you found an ocean necklace. The stones here are almost as huge as a building, both on land and in water. You can only guess how much space they occupy beneath the surface. You inspect the dead tree growing by the brook and find an old necklace among its roots. It's made from a leather strip, now covered in mold, a long cream-colored seashell, and a few thin round flakes, most likely made of a sea monster's tooth. You try to wash it, but to no avail. I shove it into a sack. Aha. You tell Kit Kat to drink from the brook, and enter the narrow path. The building, which has a door leading outside of the palisade, is closed, and its roof has collapsed. On the ground, you find a wooden bowl, a mug, a spoon, and a fishing rod. All of them are rotten, broken, or swollen by rains and hoarfrosts. Enter the hamlet. The roaring ocean overwhelms the whimper of soggy, broken beams. The huts would take a lot of work, but are not beyond restoration, especially the one in the center, whose simple roof has managed to protect its walls. By its open entrance, you spot a bucket of water, as well as boot prints. Anyone here? I don't want to hurt you. After a few breaths, the tall and slim woman steps onto the threshold. Her strong longbow is resting against her hip, and you spot the arrow quill sticking out from the quiver. She's standing sideways to you, ready to take a shooting stance. This, combined with her raised chin, gives you a proud, confident look. If she's a traveler, it's unusual that she carries no major scars, bruises, or wounds. She's tanned, with flaxen curly hair that is too short to reach her shoulders. It's disorderly and of uneven length, most likely cut with a dagger. Her upper lip is unusually large. Maybe she's a big game huntress. Her worn, baggy tunic has no sleeves, and her legs are uncovered, showing how impeccably clean her skin is. She observes you keenly, but her sparkling, curious hazel eyes carry no anger. I didn't expect to find somebody in these ruins. I yield! I'm sorry to disturb your peace. Can we talk? She bites her lower lip and glances at Kit Kat. About what? You think I came here to find new neighbors? Is this your necklace? She doesn't reach for it and instead lowers her head to an open palm. Nay, it's ugly. I found it here. It must be old from before my time. Who are you? Just a friendly recluse. She draws the bowstring gently. Though not very patient, and better tell me what brought you here. I'm Bodingus, the Roadwarden. She clicks her tongue and looks away, observing the sand dancing in the wind. So, there's a new one already. Pause. There is nae much of you to find here. There's nae ever ghosts here. The people of Howes do want me to check on this place. It belongs to them. Trying to find Asterion, the previous Roadwarden. I need to speak with him myself. Tell him that if you ever find him. Nah, let's let trot shit one another. What does Tace want coming from her mouth? The mayor's name is like a toothache. Why do you think it's her? Everyone else has given up on this place. Only she wants to bring it up. If your horse is here, someone helped you with the rocks, and no farmer would come here without an order. She wanted me to take a look, see if there's any monsters here. Blood on all of it. She looks at the gate, lets out a huff, then straightens up and meets your eyes. She must nae know what you've seen. She points at you with the tip of her bow. Do not tell her I'm here, or better yet, do not tell her this place is still standing. You're her daughter, the one slaughtered by goblins. Oh, the one that was going to be escorted by Asterion, but then, Aye, that's my story and I needed to stay this way. Asterion, help me. Ma tears well up in her eyes and her brown cheeks flush. Her voice fills up with spite. This takes whatever fits in her talent. She was pushing me into marriage out of spite to punish me. But I will not be chained, nae by her, nae by others. I'm a master of the bow. Oh my god, this is brave. Was it Braveheart? Or just Brave? Was it just Brave? Where's my YouTube? I need to... I keep... what was it? I forgot. What were they called? What was the... Oh my god. Yeah, it is Brave. Where are they... It wasn't Walt Disney. Pixar, that's it. Pixar. Pixar was the thing I was thinking of. But yes, this is literally Brave. But I've seen the movie Brave, and they come to terms with each other and learn the love and acceptance and all that, so they come to a compromise. So you're in the middle of the arc of Brave, so... I'm a master of the bow, the hun, and spells of mine. I'll come back for my own soul. Is Egidia the archeress, nae a mayor's daughter. She'll have nae power over me. Why do you want the villagers to stay away? She puts a hand on the tip of her bow and starts to stroke it with her fingers. I hope howlers will prosper, I do, but they already have more than they can eat. I'll meet with the forest speakers after the first thaw and show them I can handle this place. I'll be its guardian, live here with my friends, and nae the mayor's eye. She steps closer here, the corners of her eyes are turning red. I need it more than they need some fish. What do you have against this? Besides the fact that she tried to pawn you off to another person in marriage. She pulls the string of her bow. I'm nae a bard, words escape me, and my pain shall die with me, but Elpis, a forest speaker, also knows the real mayor. She wants others to see her as strong at all costs. She swings the bow like a staff right above the ground, as if to hit invisible legs. She punishes those who stand against her, and I did the worst crime of them all. I doubted her. Oh boy. You don't have the right to hinder the well-being of the entire village. What's in it for me? She chews on her lower lip and straightens up. A favor for a favor. She looks into your eyes. Keep my secret and one day I'll help you back. In the wilderness, my talents are of great value. She raises her bow slightly. Ona's been able to stay alive all by herself for half a year. Fair enough. You don't have the right to hinder the well-being of an entire village. They've got everything they need, the harvest, the mouflons, the wild game. And they didn't protect me from Theus. But I do not hate them for it, you see. She is cruel. What I take is what I deserve after her silence. You assume a lot. You can't expect all your plans to succeed. I can and I do. I know these folks, traveler. You sound like the mayor right now. Only she is allowed to take risks. Only she can make mistakes. Only she can be brave. Well, she straightens up, grasping her bow firmly. I carry a brave soul. Oh, do you? You're brave, you say? I'm ready to be wrong and to face consequences if that's the only path to freedom. I'm ready to give you my answer. She observes you in silence, drawing short lines in the sand. Theus deserves to know the truth. I'll cover for you. I trust you'll put the time you have to good use. I'll cover for you, but only until spring. You can take this place away from... you can't take this place away from Howler's Dell. There's two people telling me that this is a bit of a matriarch and not the good kind. So... I wonder. I don't particularly like Theus all that much, so... Let's undermine her, haha! I'll cover for you. She closes her eyes, takes a few deep breaths, and starts to walk around you, with light steps that turn into skipping. There are tears in her eyes. Thank you, I'd hug you, but oh well. She waves her hand in front of her, drawing your attention to the rags that she's wearing. Agidia asks... Oh yeah, now I'm gonna save a note. New note. If Asterion was willing to stake his entire reputation and become banished over this woman, then I'll do the same thing. Agidia asks you to give her a few minutes, and you return to Kit Kat. Once she returns, her hair is combed, and she's wearing a brown linen tunic slightly darker than her skin, with red trim on its neck and sleeves. It's long enough to reach her knees. It's as good as new, a relic of Theus' luxuries. You have a fancy outfit. Have you ever been to the heart of the woods? Nay, we do not hunt for beasts beyond the nearest hills and ponds. If I were to enter the deep roads, I'd have long preparations to do. Good gambus and sharp blade, healthy shell. Food in my belly and a sack. She glances at Kit Kat and can't stop her chuckle. And I'd take someone with me or a group of someone's, but you already have all the help you need, I see. Tell me about Asterion, do it now. She touches her lips and the tip of her bow. Well, I didn't know where he is. I spent little time with him, but he's a stranger with a pure heart. It's like it's made of iron. He doesn't talk much, but be a warden thing, aye. Must be a warden thing. Nay, I will nae stay around, he said. She tries awkwardly to imitate a male voice. Right east. Next east, I ask you. To Howler's farther, he said. To the Enchantress, maybe. Even farther than that. His own words. Wait, what? There's a hidden village in the leaves! Oh, he means the tribe of Green Mountain, I'm sure. That's where they live, away from any road. I'm not even sure where to find them. Maybe one of the forest speakers could guide you. Oh my god, the plot is thickening so much. I have learned so much in these 16 days. This is insane. Oh, I have so much to do. I'm so excited. Oh, tomorrow is going to be a hoot. How did you manage to survive so long all by yourself, huh? 'Twas not so hard. Well, change now at the road clear for larger beasts, she bites her lower lip. I eat birds, some green leaves from the top of the cliff to keep my hair strong. He touches it with an open palm, and I learn how to catch the small fish from the stream. The nights are nae much better than in the woods, I admit. If nae for my spell, the monsters will have gotten through many times. The door is nae enough, my smell is around, you see. They know I'm but food. You're a spellcaster, you ask, and she playfully touches her canine with the tip of her tongue. I have many talents, pray to, and they'll learn about them all. I have a fish trap with me, that basket with a lid. Would you like it? She raised an eyebrow. Show me. You grab it and start to explain how it works. Oh, I get in. You didn't place such traps often. Howler's Creek is clean and all. But nae very dangerous. She looks towards the brook. A trap again, lost in her thoughts. She walks around, tapping her bow. I do not have dragons, you realize, but there was brine here in a barrel, and I made a seal skin with it. It's a nice pelt. I wanted it for some winter clothes, but I'd rather have this basket, learn how to make more of it. Sure. You sold a fish trap for a seal skin. She bows to you, then enters her cabin. After a few minutes, you inspect the... I was honestly planning to give it to her for free. I was like, I like you. Take this as a gesture of goodwill. But if she's gonna give me something for it, sure. Could you tell me anything about this? Ah, my expertise is required. Her smile turns into a chuckle. Let me have a look. She returns. There's nothing special. Where'd you find it? It wasn't used in a hut, was it? People from Gale Rocks make those. Orange and black, you see. She points at the fletching. Colors for combat, human arrows, as I was told. 'Tis a spell thing of theirs. Brown feathers are for deer, green and orange are for goblins, and so on. Spell, you say. Does it work? She gives you the arrow back. How can one tell? They say it works. Maybe there's ritual or something like a secret. A Fletcher may know it. Is it safe to rest here during the night? She points her bow at the broken palisade. I dinna know. You tell me. I'm nae sharing my shelter with you. Your horse would nae fit through the door anyway. You better turn back to Howlers. It's time for me to leave. I go to the harbour. Journal locked. The old hamlet. You walk by the small garden that carries a few bean plants and not many weeds. You leave Kit Kat behind and take a walk on the wooden logs for the massive bridge. They're in much better shape than other structures here, and the boat is almost new, still shining proudly from varnish. You look back at the nearby building while restoring all of the structures to their former functionality will be rough. There's a lot of work. Theus would be pleased. I bet she will. Alright. I gave you. I saw your boat. If I was ever in need of borrowing one, would you care? Of course I would care. It's my boat, kind of, nay. Wait. She pauses her chin. Yes, 'tis my boat. Is 'tis nae cheap. I do owe you a favour. We may figure something out. Alright, fair enough. Okay, this has been incredibly eye-opening and delightful. The fishing hamlet, an abandoned settlement built among the coastal rocks. Alright, what time is it? Ooh. It's time to proceed. An hour and a half. Oh yes, I can go back to the Dell, give them my report, and then go across this place and see what goes on there. To the Dell. You approach the opening gate and swiftly dismount. A guard approaches you, ready to take the mount. We gossip for a bit. I enter the village. Here, take it, fine. Let him work in peace. Go to the druidess. I met Agidia. She says you don't think much of Theus. She responds to your brief tale. You can't tell if her whisper is filled with reprimand or appreciation. It doesn't fit me to put one soul above another. It is true that the mayor pushes the village into a time of struggle. But nae because of bad will. That's what she was taught and what saves her from her own past. Aye, she pursues power and aye, there's weakness in it. I do think she needs to change for everyone's sake, but each one of us struggles to bloom, nae just her. Ooh, I'm starting to like the druidess more and more. She both recognizes the fact that what she's doing isn't helpful, but at the same time she is showing empathy for Theus. Taylor! Have you seen such a trinket? Aye, in Gale Rocks. They like their shells and fish. Ah, so I must go to Fish Village for the fish necklace. Need your services. I don't need your services. Go to the main square. Mayor! Right, save. I grab a necklace. Have you seen this? No, I can't say I have. An ugly little thing, but tells me nothing. Right, about the fishing. I've been to the hamlet. The hamlet is uninhabitable, even if empty. He puts on a wide, expectant smile. I only mentioned the good condition of the hamlet. I'm going to lie to her because... principles. You portray the demolished rotten cabins, harpy nests, and the collapsed ground. Theas's eyes lose their spark, but she keeps her composure, and even asks for more details. After you finish, she leans forward and rests her cheek on her hand. You don't even notice where the pouch in her hand came from. Well, at least the harpies left your eyes alone. If they bother you. She slowly counts down 3 dragon bones, placing them on the table. Wouldn't believe... You wouldn't believe the scent of their blood. I'm fine. Good to see someone around here who doesn't need my help. And she says with little joy and observes her pale fingers. After a few breaths, she asks you to give her a minute. After she returns from the inn, her lips are covered in a new layer of rogue, darker than usual. One of her sons carries a large bag made of leather, and you find a sheet of parchment. The scroll is new, heavy, and tied with linen cord. You've proven yourself trustworthy, both to me and to my neighbors, says the mayor. Take this letter to the masters of the guild. May the negotiations begin. With a smile, she reaches out her hand. Without a word, I shake it as briefly. It was my pleasure to lie to your face directly. Fantastic, she says with a radiant smile. Her hand is as soft as that of a wealthy merchant. Do you need anything else? Yes, I do. What can you tell me about the tribe of the Green Mountain? She opens her mouth but needs a few breaths to respond. I compliment you for finding out about their existence at all. She rubs the back of her neck. I can't tell you much about them, to be honest. I wouldn't be allowed to, even if I wanted to. Ma! Hearing a call from a little girl, Theas flinches. It turns out the child is demanding a change of shirt. She points at a large stain on her stomach. What happened here? The mayor asks as she turns away from you to help the girl change, but doesn't wait for her response. I haven't spoken to the tribe in 10 years ago. 10 years or so. As a child, I was told... What? As a child, I was told that one should never seek their home. She takes a look at her daughter. The new shirt is as worn and dull as the old one. It's an old garment for adults. On her small frame, it looks like a baggy tunic. Very, very nice. Go play. She concludes absently and looks back at you, sighing with annoyance. My sister used to brag that she saw them once in the woods during their hunt. That they were wearing the faces of animals looking like the beast folk. And she tried to make a mask of her own, but druids told her to stop fooling around. Kids are liars, my father said. She lets out a quiet titter. Can I ask her a couple of questions? I'm afraid she's with the forest now. A bolt of lightning hit her right in the head. I see. Here is a silly question, Bodingus. What future do you see for the peninsula? Imagine being the chieftain of the north. What would you order? The settlement should work together, share their goals to make this place safer, maybe start a new village. You find sadness in her eyes. I had similar hopes, but there's too much bad blood between us. It makes us weak. She looks towards the creek. But it would take a soul of great charisma to bury our discords. Indeed it would. Do you need my assistance? Have you ever spoken with Arentius, the necromancer of White Marshes? I haven't. You respond, and she bursts into laughter so unprompted and loud it makes you quake. Have you been to my favourite spot, right behind the corner? Sometimes. All I want is to take a nap there, with a cat on my lap and a mind to say, come, I'll show you. Once you reach the burr pen, the noise of the work and conversations is suppressed by the humming water. The mare glances at the window above you, then strokes her lips with her thumb. Let's rest here. She leaves you enough space to sit down with her. The scent of her rose perfume is strong, but this time her eyes are absently aimed at Bion's home. I'm going to tell you... What I'm going to tell you needs to stay between us, she says hesitantly. Uh-huh. We need to get rid of the undead. You and Glossia and Asterion and literally everybody else is in agreement with this. Of the undead or of the necromancer? We both know the former won't get away without the latter. Her voice relaxes a bit and she starts to dangle her sandaled foot. White Marshes is a threat to us all. We ought to burn the wound while it's still fresh. Start with reaching the village. It's not far away from here. Just ride north. Blah, 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 blah. And just don't mention me at all. Being a Roadwarden affiliated with Hovlaven works to your advantage. On the opposite bank of the creek, a seagull is preening its feathers, unaware that a young boy is trying to sneak up on it with comically raised hands. Oh. That was not what she was saying. That was just set dressing for the scene that I'm currently in. Maybe the locals will allow you to meet with the priest. Ask him what his plans are. Just don't act hastily and keep me informed. Alright, she wants me to spy. I forgot about her big shtick. Explain why you want to interfere. What can you tell me about Horentitus? I didn't pay any attention to him back in the day. His tribe had a regular mayor, wherever her name was. One day he revealed himself to be Right's prophet, and somehow convinced his tribe to follow him. I don't think he's left his village ever since. Wait, so the monks follow the Right, Glossia follows the Right, and the necromancer follows the Right, but they absolutely hate each other. Delightful. What will you do if he refuses to release the corpses? I'll take the matter into my own hands. I can already tell you this and that about the village. Explain why you want to interfere. The people of White Marshes always kept to themselves, but now we've got no clue what's going on there. It's possible that they had no other choice but to seek help in dark magic, but if so, they should have abandoned it years back. Maybe they're building an army right under our noses. Someone needs to get to the bottom of this, and they won't trust a soul who doesn't sound like a traveler. She mockingly switches to her tribe's accent. Oh, and awakening dead shells is very, very bad, she adds with a chuckle, but it sounds a bit different than usual. You forgot to mention my reward. Don't make me laugh, Bodingus. I'm not asking you for a favor, I'm offering you my help. You think we're the ones who would suffer from the hands of the undead? It's the smaller settlements, the roads, the inns. We can handle a direct threat, but I'd rather see our lives grow in comfort, not conflict. She observes her fingers, rubbing them together as if she's getting used to a different skin. If the guild were to see dozens of corpses roaming through the north, would they decide it's not worth their effort? Do I really have to explain to you why you shouldn't stay idle? If you and I act together, I'll invest coins, time, fighters, and supplies. With every word, the annoyance in her voice grows. What else could you want? A blade from cold steel, a riding ibex, a soft shell to warm up your nights, a staff of immortality? She takes a deep breath and falls silent. Delightful. I can already tell you this and that about the village. You waste no time, I see. Theus' voice is warm, but you both look toward the seagull, still unaware of the danger. The boy is just about to jump. Let the kid have some fun. The kid grasps the creature and makes a triumphant cry, holding the bird as it squawks in panic and flaps its wings. In a few heartbeats, The creature's neck is hanging at an unnatural angle. He raises the seagull above his head, waiting for the mayor's approving nod, and then takes his prey away, whistling. Yeah, your companion lets out a chuckle and leans away, resting against the inn's wall with crossed arms. So, did you manage to get in touch with the priest? Won't happen. I can try to gain the locals' trust, but I doubt Orentius will listen to reason. After you gave her the overview of the situation, she asks you for a minute to collect her thoughts. Resting in the cool wind, she keeps staring in the distance. Once she speaks, you catch no hint of hesitation in her voice. In such a case, avoid meeting with Orentius. It's better for his people to not know how determined you are to stop him. Instead, carry on with your general patrol route. And speak with the leaders of other settlements, at least those who are willing to listen. Tell them we need to unite our forces to enter White Marshes and force the Necromancer to release the Awoken. I'll handle most of the obstacles, but I need at least one tribe to join me. You're the one who'll lead the fighters. We'd rather avoid bloodshed anyway. And you know the bogs better than any of our hunters. She adjusts her purple dress as if she's just finished a meal. Once you find someone, come here and speak to me, ideally in the morning. We'll begin our preparations. Wow, this is moving so quickly now. Very well, I'll prepare myself for a difficult day. Very well. I want to see what happens. I know the location of the bandits' hideout. Okay, so I'm going to not do that. Yeah, so... thank you for your time. Actually... Yeah, okay, I'm going to take care of this soon. Thank you for your time. Yes, it's time to sleep. Beautiful, delightful sleeping. Right. Trader man, do you have anything? Show him the trinket. Have you seen such a trinket? Nah, I didn't buy trash. Wow, everybody really hates this thing, don't they? I bring goods to sell. A sealskin. 13 rings. Oh, yes. Yes. I am a rich, beautiful man with 25 coins. Oh, it's merchandise. Interesting. Actually, I can read about this thing. Its leather strip is covered in mold. The silverfish scales, about an inch long each, used to belong to a huge sea monster. Seeing how hard they are, you wonder if thousands of them can be turned into armor. The long cream-colored seashell was meant to be the lowest part of the worm necklace, allowing the scales to form a somewhat symmetrical ring on its sides. I have gathered so much, and it feels like I'm being very efficient. Right. Nothing for now. To the innkeeper. Do I need a few rations? Not really. But I'll buy some anyway. For 1 coin, 2 rations is amazing. This place truly is the richest and most useful village in the whole game. So far, anyway. Right. Let us slumber. I need to restore my vitality to its full potential. You had a nightmare? Welcome back, Kit. I hope you had a good sleep, but by the sounds of it, it was not the case. I do have a dedicated channel over on my Epic Discord that is explicitly made for sharing dreams, so if you want to relate the details of your dreamery, I would absolutely recommend you do it there. You will be the first to post in dreams. I'll share it later. Fair enough! But yes, hello. We're just about to wrap things up for today. We spend the night in peace and a clean bed. Everything is all good. I am at my absolute maximum. This is the most powerful I've ever been in this game. And I'm rich, too. Let's see here. What do I need to do now? Oh, yes. So, plan is, I am going to go to the Beholder in the Elder's Cave, see if there's anything new that's cropped up. I could return to the fishing hamlet. Let's see. We love being rich. Indeed! Travel. How much time? An hour and a half, and this is 45 minutes. I actually can spare all of that time. Oh, yes. 14 hours, yes, I definitely have enough time to go to the fishing hamlet, go to the Elder's Cave. Actually, I'm going to go to the fishing hamlet now, and I'm going to deal with that bit. Quick save to see if there's any point to going in the fishing hamlet at all. Let's see. The hamlet is peaceful and silent like a dead tree. I return to Agadia. Good to see you alive. Okay. I won't get any cleaner in the ocean. Okay, so there was absolutely no point. Great. I'm glad to have figured that out. Save's coming, yay. Right. Anything new about my beautiful character? High vitality, possess a fancy outfit. Yes, I love reading the fact that I am... you receive much better prices and open many doors. You're clean and tidy. You seem healthy. You have a fancy outfit. I am a social god. Right. So, I think that is it for today. Oh, that nightmare was terrible. Nightmares usually are. Right, let's figure out what we are doing with ourselves. Boom. Closing beautiful game down. I am very excited for what tomorrow brings, because there are so many things that happened. It was like getting chased by a psychotic man inside his own home in an underground place. Dreams where you get chased can often be very anxiety-inducing. And, my condolences for having to experience that in your subconscious. But anyway, we need to raid Rooney somebody, and I know... oh, decisions. There's actually multiple decisions that I could make in this particular instance. Over the course of the past month, I have built quite the knowledge base of VTubers that I like and would be happy to raid. So much so that now I have to choose. Oh yes, I forgot it. Yeah, let's not go with that one, no. I appreciate the red, but... I'm just gonna go with Old Reliable. I love Old Reliable. Old Reliable is my favorite. Right. Well... we are raiding Telepathic Moose once more. Delightful Moose VTuber. Thank you very much, everybody, for stopping by. We progressed immensely in this wonderful game, and we shall continue to progress tomorrow. I'm very excited to see what the story holds. Thank you, everyone, for stopping by, chatters, lurkers, and everybody in between. I hope you enjoyed your time in the confines of the dwelling of the place that is where I stream, because it me, Bodhi T, words and things. And I shall see you tomorrow for more Roadwarden. Ooh. Copying, pasting, why is this not working? Oh, because, there we go, that's why it wasn't working. Haha. Okay, take care.